Did you guys know that Kennedy referenced that speech in his Rice University speech? Just saying. He did reference that speech. For the eyes of the world, now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. That happened. It's good stuff. How you guys doing? We got some work to do out in the shop before Flame Trench, so let's get going. But yeah, it's so if you didn't get it by the beginning of the stream, it's the 81st anniversary of D-Day. That's the Normandy landings, June 6, 1944. Major turning point in World War II, where the Allied forces, England, France, United States, Poland to an extent up in the air, the Polish exile government, but we're not going down the history rabbit hole too much today. Stormed the beaches in northern France to open up a second front against the Germans. It basically facilitated the beginning of the end of World War II. It's important to remember these days, guys, and I'm not trying to condescend at all. It's important to remember these dates to remember, all the benefits that we have here doing this job. You can directly, like the freedom of being able to do a job like this, streaming on Twitch as your job. I think we owe a great deal of debt to enjoy these freedoms, right? So I do my part to not forget. And I try to, once again, I ain't trying to condescend to nobody. It's important to remember this stuff. Some of the people that stormed those beaches were 18, 17, 18-year-olds. Could you have done that when you were 18? I don't know if I would have had the stones to do that. But you don't forget. Don't forget your history. It's important. It is a guide to how you should conduct yourself. Okay? So don't forget it. That's important. It's very important. Anyway, he didn't forget the French. Thanks. Hey, the French resistance gave the intel that was needed, Spartship. I don't forget. There you go, Brendan. Yep. How was your day yesterday? It's fine. It's fine. I think it's very interesting. The universe has weird ways of talking to you. We had all that nonsense yesterday. This blowharding stuff on Twitter or on X between Elon and the president. And it's a stark contrast against, now today is the anniversary of D-Day. I think that's a shot in the chaser. If you really want my honest opinion, like the universe has weird ways of talking to you. You gotta, I think being a student of history is an important way to recognize it when, it confronts you in your face, right? Like, and I think if you didn't see the very ending of Space News yesterday, I meant what I said. That contrast between then and now is very stark. It's very I think yesterday we hit kind of a turning point. At least me personally, I hit a turning point. Like I've been following these games that are being played on X and social media and the news and everything for, I don't know, better part of a decade. I'm not ignorant to what's going on. I think yesterday I hit the point where I don't want to do this no more. Not space news or anything. I don't want to. It doesn't need to be like this. Like, I think it was a very interesting day. It doesn't need to be like this. Like, we don't need to do this. I'm not playing these games. I'm not doing it. Uh, I want off the ride, man. And it's like I said, it's very, I think the universe has very weird ways of speaking to you, like that this happened right before D-Day, and you get a day like this, and you get kind of a window into the past of how it should be. Same thing with Kennedy's speech, right? Like, that's how it should be. This is how it should be. Like, this is how it should be. Like, it doesn't need to be this way. And that's what I mean about being a student of history. That's very, very important. We didn't always do this. We didn't always just argue about every freaking thing. It doesn't need to be like that, dudes. It really doesn't. Like, it shouldn't be like that. But yeah, that's why I'm a student of history. It's very, very important. It's very important to understand, not just learn about the events, but understand why they happen, understand the gravity of the situation. Space pun. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to get all lectury. My fault. My fault. Anyway, let's work on the car, okay? Yeah, Nils. Well, you guys learning, and that's all good. That's fine. It you know it's not just about studying the atrocities of the 1930s and 1940s. And I think you guys learned this, but it's very telling as to why those events happened. How do people get that way? How does that happen? Right? How does that happen? Like, how does this happen? Like, there's a book that I read, and it's not really appropriate for kids. It's called Einsatzgruppen. Uh, it's a very telling story showing the process of how just normal police officers go from wanting to enforce the law to just, you know, uh, unceremoniously executing people in the street. It's not really for children, but it is very telling about how this process happens. It's very, yeah, that's important to understand how, you know, once you start walking down that dark path, it's hard to get off. You know what I mean? So I'm not doing that. I'm not playing the games no more. You know? I don't get the D-Day perspective on anything that happened yesterday. Sig, what I'm trying to say is that if you listen to Eisenhower's speech, that's presidential. That's how we should be acting. Like, this is what I'm trying to speak to is that Eisenhower understood. I mean, he ended up being president in the 50s. Uh, he understood the assignment to speak in, you know, modern terms. He knew what they were getting into, and he understood it. And he understood the root causes for it. He understand why it needed to go away, right? That's important to understand. It's the decorum and the professionalism that he carried himself with, even through his presidency. I mean, Eisenhower's the one that created NASA. That's kind of cool. He's the one that signed the executive order that made NASA in 1958. Uh, you know, that's how we should be carrying ourselves. That's how we should be acting. We should lead by example and not with whatever the nonsense that yesterday, whatever that was. I don't want to be a part of that. You know? That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm sorry if I'm not clear. I didn't really prepare this. Didn't really prepare this speech, you know what I mean? Anyway, I don't, you know, like, doesn't matter where you kind of sit on modern day political issues. You shouldn't want that. You shouldn't want whatever that was. That's just airing out your dirty laundry in public is not should not be praised. That's that's something that children do. I'm not, I don't, I just it didn't feel right. I hated yesterday's space news. I hated it. I hated every second of it. Like, vehemently, I hated it. I don't want to be a part of that. I'm not, if I ever get that way, guys, please stop watching. I'm serious. Like, just stop watching. Just tell me, hey, AJ, you're being that guy, and then leave. Don't come back. Like, it's just, because that means something's wrong, you know? Anyway, make our politicians adults again. Mopar. Yeah, the Dodge. Yeah, we're gonna go work on that. Anyway, so don't forget your dates. Don't forget your history. That's important. But don't just learn the history. Understand why it happened. Okay? Understand why it happened. That's the most important part. You can sit there and anybody can sit there and regurgitate events. Anybody can sit there and understand, D-Day is an important day. That's the day we stormed the beaches. Us, the British, the French, and the Polish in the air. The fun fact, like, I don't want to get too into the weeds with history, but when Poland got cut up by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, their Air Force just flew. Like, their Air Force just flew to England, and then the Polish Air Force was fighting in the Battle of Britain and on D-Day. They helped provide air support. Fun fact. Thanks, Yum Food. That's awesome, Smart Ship. Good stuff. And the Canadians, too. The Canadians were there as well. They were just shooting hockey pucks at Germans instead of bullets. And it worked. Anyway. Yeah, Megavinto, but yeah, understanding is important. And it's one of the things I try to teach here. I don't try to just teach you that this rocket launched on this day, or Falcon Heavy launched on this day. Like understanding the context is so ridiculously important, because everybody says, oh, we'd never be like that. We'd never be like them. We'd never be like this guy. We'd never be like this guy in history. And to understand, to think that you're above it or you're not susceptible to human nature is hilarious. Careful. Any Hearts of Iron 4 after wrenching? I don't know. Well, we got Flame Trench today, too. That should be fun. The thing that got me when we went to Normandy was seeing all the US, UK, and Canadian flags everywhere. Yep. The Canadians are the reason we have the Geneva Convention. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a war crime the first time, bud. Oh yeah. Probably shouldn't do that if they made an entire law. Who's on Flame Trench tonight? Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't mean to condescend, and I don't mean to talk too much. It's just very important to me. Let me check. Who is on the trench tonight? There we go. Planning. Let's see. Oh. It's not the usual bunch, but you'll probably appreciate it. What is Flame Trench, a Taco Bell event? Yes. Flame Smart Ship. I host a podcast. Well, I'm on a podcast with NASA Spaceflight every Friday at 5 p.m. Um, on the NASA Spaceflight channel. It's a podcast where we talk about current events in the space program. Basically, like an end of the week space news, informal chatting. It's basically my space news segment has basically infected the NASA Spaceflight channel. Friday from 5 to 7. So, yeah, if you're gonna go over to the NSF channel and look for the VOD for the Flame Trench, yeah, I've been doing it for about a year now, give or take. Yeah, it's good stuff. You hate differentials, by the way. This thing sucks. Yep. There's racing tonight. Formula 3's at Montreal and NASCAR's at Daytona. Cool. Have you and NSF considered canceling this week's show? No. No, why would we do that? No, you don't cancel it. How was your ice cream last night? It was great. I had a huge chocolate milkshake, Mark. It was fantastic. And then to get my mind off things, I shut off all my computers and went and did a brake job on Brimo's car. The rear pads and the rotors were struggling. I was thinking the stress and the tension is too high. Yeah, Erudite, you don't run away from stuff just because it's stressful. This is something that's important to do. If anything, this is one of the most important ones that we should get down to. I doubt any one of the NSF guys like what happened yesterday. I don't see potential for conflict since everybody will agree that was crap. But it's important on Flame Trench to bring dissenting views into the fold, and look at stuff objectively. I think we can all agree as space fans that this is crap, but I do have some prevailing theories as to why this happened, or what the repercussions of it are. But we'll figure that out. Yeah, Wilder, we're fine. We're all adults here. It's okay. Very important. It exposes the lack of true leadership in this country. And multiplanetary. This is me talking. Okay, this is not like EJ talk. This is like serious for a second. Dude, you really want my honest opinion? I think that the lack of leadership, or the perceived lack of leadership right now, okay, the rhetoric, all that stuff, that is a symptom of a much bigger problem. It's not just this guy. It's not the last guy. It's not the guy before him. It's not the guy before him. This is I think this is a huge symptom of entropy. If you really want my honest opinion, I think everything that's going on, the perceived chaos that's going on, is maybe not entropy. I guess that's not really the right way to say it. Like I said, if you don't like the current president, or you do like it, I understand that he is there. I think he's a symptom of a much larger thing at play. And if you want my honest opinion, that much larger thing at play is that we hate each other. We can't do that. We can't do that no more, man. And that's why I said what I said at the end of not Flame Trench, the end of Space News yesterday. We don't have to hate each other. You don't have to. We don't have to do that. Don't feel compelled to hate another person because everybody says to. It doesn't have to be that way. We've operated for 2.5 centuries almost, and this nonsense has only started in the last maybe 10 years, 15 years at best. It doesn't need to be this way. Stop. Just stop that. Stop it. We don't need to be like this. COVID didn't help either. Like I said, current events, it's important to look and understand context of history. And sometimes that's difficult with current events because I find that history takes a long time to get into focus. It takes a second to get into focus. Like we remember D-Day and stuff, but the gravity of that date didn't really come into focus until at the very, very least, the 1945, like a year later, like and as we study history, it's very, very important to understand like how important that date was. Like history comes into focus after a certain amount of time and reflection. So yeah, it's easy to say like, oh, in the heat of the moment, like this is the problem, frick this guy, frick that guy, start arguing about things. But remember, that just because it seems like the right thing to do now doesn't mean that in 10 years when history comes into focus, right, and the gravity of these events and kind of come to focus, like it takes time to develop, like a photograph, right, like an old photograph, not a digital one. You get what I'm trying to say. Just think about that. If history is going to be kind, when that picture comes into focus, is it a picture that you're going to want people to see? Yeah, tape, something like that. I don't get why Americans are so obsessed about D-Day. Liberation Day is what is marked in Europe. Sig, are you trying to rage bait me right now? Yeah, and he can write. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. XTC, I'll give you a positive story unrelated to everything going on right now. I was drinking with some work colleagues and their partners at my place. One of them in his 60s spotted my coffee, a Space Shuttle Discovery, an icon sitting on my bookshelf, and it was the most fun discussion to have getting a perspective as somebody who grew up in the early shuttle era, not something I get to talk about every day. XTC, anytime I get to talk about space with somebody in the wild, it makes my day so much better. You're right, dude. But I don't do it unless I'm asked. And if somebody asks me a question about space in the out in the grassland, like when we're touching grass, dude, if somebody does ask me a question, I say, well, how much time you got? Like I always give a warning, dude. Like, how much time do you got? Like, do you want a short explanation? Or do you want a long explanation? I can. Sorry, it was never really a point of markation in your country. Well, Norwegians didn't storm the beaches of Normandy, so you guys were, over there being a puppet state of Nazi Germany. So, that's good. So it probably means something different to you than to us. Let's work on a car, dudes. Let's go. All right. We're going out to the garage. Do you want a short explanation or the Alex explanation? Yep. All right. Let's get out into the garage and go. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. At least it's not 10,000 degrees today. Yeah. This project has inspired me to get a project car to work on with your brother-in-law. Good, man. That's cool. Here, let me pop out the YouTube chat here, guys. That's cool. Project cars are fun, man. This is fun, dude. It's like, I know if you're not too into cars, like, it's, it might not seem like, I don't get the idea. Dude, it's playing with Legos. We're playing with Legos. Only it's Legos that you can get in and drive. It's really cool. Huge desync. Give me a second. How we doing? Synced up. Hey, Peter,
Discovery,
what's going on?
throttle up.
Okay. Fundingo, Friday in the garage. Let's go. Yeah, man. All right. I don't want to mess up my worm logo hat, so I'm gonna go put this in the office. All right, we got to plate this frame rail in here today. Got the ring off? Yeah, it's already done. It's actually in the house. So I did the brakes on Brimo's car yesterday, in the middle of the night with my phone flashlight shining on a jack, like hanging on a jack stand, shining at the tire. You want to see what the rotors look like? I'll show you. See those lines? Junk. Now keep in mind, you could probably turn these rotors, but there's not a lot of metal there. So, you want to see the pads? Now, that pad had a little bit left. This one, though, not so much. So what I learned is the Fusion, so this is the inner pad right here. This is the one that would have been pushed up against the caliper, the one with the spring ring on it. What I learned yesterday is that the brake pads on that car, on a 2020 Fusion, whenever you leave the car, like if you get out of the car, you shut it off, you walk away, it automatically applies the e-brake. So the interesting thing is, these are the rear brakes. This is the rear brake rotor. Both the rear brake rotors and pads were shot. And the reason, and I couldn't figure it out, the front pad still is fine. The front pads and rotors are fine on that car, which is very strange. I couldn't figure out why the rear pads went. What I later figured out is that this thing is wearing the hell out of these pads because it applies the e-brake every time the car is parked. And there's a proportioning valve. I don't know this part for sure. There's a proportioning, the way the brakes are proportioning in the Fusion is that when you
When you step on the brakes at a high speed, it applies the front brakes first, right? And then it lets go of the front brakes and applies the rear brakes once you get below a certain speed. I think that's what's going on. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it does that so it doesn't wear the front brakes out as much, but you end up toasting your rear rotors. The front brakes and pads are fine, and the rear rotors are shot. The reason how I knew is because, well, if your brake pads need to be changed, right, when you go to step on the brakes, you hear that noise, right? So when I would step on the brakes on the Fusion, right, you would hear nothing, and then once you get below a certain speed, you started to hear the grinding, which is very weird, because that means it applies front brakes first, then lets go of the front brakes and applies rear brakes, or front brakes first and then all brakes. I think the way the proportioning valve is set up in that car is that it really delegates a lot to the rear brakes, because the front pads and rotors on the car are fine. The rear ones are toast, which is very interesting. New cars, what are you gonna do? Also, this caliper wasn't put in correctly. See, look by my middle finger, see the wear that's going on to the ear right there, and see how there's no wear on this side, on this ear? Yeah, it was in crooked. The more you know. But anyway, that's here nor there. We got some more scrap metal. Maybe we'll melt that down and make something cool out of it later. Why would applying them while parked wear them? If it's on a hill, Katra, if you're parking on a hill and the car wants to go back, I don't know. I can't figure it out. Like, I know it does that. I'm not, applying the e-brake. Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't really wear them, right? Like, but here we are. Car has 44,000 miles on it. Front brakes are fine. The rear brakes are toast. It's and rotors. Like, the rear pads and rotors are both shot. How do you wear, like, when you brake in a car, and like, this, Katra, I'm pretty sure. This is for everybody else. When you brake in a car, your front brakes are the ones that are doing all the work. The reason why is because when you brake on a car, you're compressing and you're loading up the front suspension. Loading up the front suspension, all the momentum from the car gets pushed onto the front brakes. The rear brakes don't really do much when you're decelerating from a high speed. So I can't understand why the rear brakes would wear when the front brakes are doing like 80% of your like stopping force, right? It's very weird. So I don't know. It applies the e-brake automatically. I don't know if that's like gonna wear it or anything. But more importantly, I know it's not an isolated thing, because both rear rotors went at the same time, and both rear pads went at the same time. So that tells me it's not something individual with either side. Both of the tires wore at the exact same time, which tells me that's the braking system doing something that I don't understand. I can see e-brake pushing the rears in, and when the brake is released, the pads don't move all the way out. Yeah. If they were crooked, they may have been slightly dragging the whole time. Yeah. Is the car an automatic? Maybe adds rear brake to the rear while crawling. I think it puts all the stopping pressure, Peter, at low speeds on the rear brakes to prevent brake fade on the front pad and rotors. That's what I think is going on. Yeah, and it was crooked. But yeah, that means somebody installed both of them crooked, which is very weird. That's a weird thing, dudes. Hey, Eutychus. Is it a hybrid? No, it's not a hybrid. I used to hate hybrids completely, but it's just certain types of hybrids that I'm not really a fan of nowadays. But other types of hybrids I'm okay with. Like what Edison is doing, like diesel electric with electric axles. I like that better than having a mechanical driveline with an electric motor essentially built into your transmission. I think that is very mechanically complicated. I don't know, in my armchair engineer opinion. No, I won't. So, but point that I'm trying to make is that I wouldn't buy a hybrid. Brimo's Fusion is a 2.0 turbo all-wheel drive. Yeah, it's got a rear diff and everything. It's a cool car. You like the train version of hybrid, imagine that. I mean, Darkroom, when you put it like that, yeah, of course. Anyway. All right, dudes, let's turn on the other cameras and go. We got work to do. So we're going to pick up right where we left off. And let's make sure that the other, yep, other camera's still working. Yep. All right, let's make sure the Vivitar works too. Yep, all cameras are working. All right, excellent. Let me get you guys the light, which we charged. I'll show you what we have to plate today. So we got to play it all up in here. That's what we're working on. Last stream, and I'll admit we did the right thing the wrong way here. What I did kind of for fun is rebuild the frame rail walls here by just laying beads of welds back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and then grinding it down to make it look right. We basically additively manufactured a freaking frame rail. I want to point out that you really shouldn't do that way. That's really not a good way to do things. It's time consuming. I mean, it's strong, don't get me wrong, it works. It's time consuming, but it is cool. See all this? See how this is nice and shiny? There was nothing here. There was no frame rail. We cut it back, or we blew through all the way to good metal, and then I just laid beads back and forth on both sides, and we rebuilt the walls of that rail. Now what we got to do is plate it. We got to get in here with the grinder, and then we got to make a straight cut. I want to plate all the way down here, and then I want this plate to basically wrap up around the sides here because we did find some bad metal back here. And then, you know, just to make it look right, we got to drill a hole through it because there's an assembly line hole that should go right here. Here's what was left of it. It's not great. That metal is extremely thin. So that was right here. And, you know, when we go to make our new plate, we'll wrap it up around the sides, right? I want a strip that goes up here, and then the plate's going to end up looking like a T almost. And I will show you guys the right way to do this. You're not additive manufacturing way. You can see our bumper bracket we used as a backing plate is yeah, that's really working really well. But yeah, we figured out that there's just a little more scaling and stuff down here on the insides of the frame rail. When I tried to weld in all over here, we just kept blowing through the metal. So this part is going to be a little easier to manufacture than the curved part. That's why I chose to just additively, quote unquote, manufacture all this. So yeah, let's get to work, shall we? Was that hole in the frame a drain? That hole is a post for the frame rail to pick up on an assembly line jig, as far as I can tell. EJ's artisanal 3D printer. Yeah, Fundingo, I'm not gonna pretend that like just laying bead to rebuild the frame rail walls is the right way to do that. I kind of just wanted to see if we could, and well, you can. You definitely can. Like, it's definitely a way to go. It's definitely a way to do things. Hang on. It's definitely a way to do things. Here, let me just zoom in. Like, there was no frame rail here. It was gone pretty much up to where my fingertip was. And we rebuilt all of it. I basically used the welder all the way back there to find good metal. And we did. And then I just built it all the way up. And I built it all the way up and around the corner. That's a way to do it. It's very time consuming though, comparatively to just plating it. Like, very time consuming. That took a long time. That took the entire day to do that. Probably doubles as a drain though, I agree. Yeah. So, I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. Like, that's a way to do things. I think that's kind of cool. And I'll admit, that's not the right way to do it. But it was an interesting way to do it. That was kind of fun. I just kind of wanted to see if it could be done. And oh yeah, it can be done. But the reason why people don't do that is because it takes time. In the time we took to build up just the frame rail wall, we could have made a plate and patched the whole thing, you know? So we'll plate the rest of it and we'll go. I'm just hoping it's strong enough to withstand an impact. Hillness, that weld is probably the strongest part of the entire car at this point. It's literally welded bead. The bead is stronger than the metal. Like, molecularly stronger, because it was arced instead of like forged. Well, not forged. That's not the. I mean, those frame rails are probably. Well, yeah, it would have been mild steel. I don't know. I mean, they'd roll it. You'd melt it down, put it in a crucible, and roll it and extrude it on a roller. Roller and press. That's the right way. Yep. Yeah. Pressed and extruded. Yeah, there you go. Right, like. The weld was arced, like that weld that's in there, that's probably the strongest part, you know? So if anything, like if we get into a crash, probably the other parts of the frame rail are gonna gack out, but yeah, I understand why people don't do that. It's extremely time consuming, it's tough on the welder, it takes a lot of wire wheel, but it is a cool way to do things. Hey Tech, what's going on? All right. Hey, Morton, 200 kroners. Doing good, man. Good to follow the process. Thanks, dude. Just chilling? Right on, Tech. There you go.
Steve.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Are you ready?
Oh, are we doing that today?
We can, we don't have to. The only thing we'll need to do to get the engine prepped out for over here is, I'm pretty sure it has a hydraulic parking brake, so it needs to be on in order to engage it out of. I tried to push the brake and then it just will not, it won't even budge. It's like trying to move a brick, so.
Okay, can we move the truck over here today? Is that?
We can if you want to. Like I said, it doesn't matter, we can do it any other day.
Yeah. You want to do it on the weekend, man?
Yeah.
You can come in, dude. They don't know you, but yeah.
Yeah, so,
This is my neighbor, guys. This is Charlie. I bought the motor out of his truck for this car.
how's it going, guys?
This is the two chats. That's YouTube and that's Twitch. That's Charlie. He's cool. He likes cars too.
Just don't know anything about him.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's okay. It's all right. Neither do we. Neither do we, dude. You know, we're learning as we go.
But yeah, it wouldn't even shift out.
All right, dude. We'll get it done. We're trying to move the truck, the Ram, over here so we can pull the motor out. But we'll probably do that. On the weekend, man.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Saturday I'm busy. Sunday I'm free. So.
All right. Sunday sounds good, dude.
All right, buddy.
All right, brother. Yo, if you want to come over here and help, like you're more than welcome to. I need all the help I can get. You know.
I'm always bored.
All right, dude.
I just got to do a couple things and I have to stop slacking on some things and I'll be back.
All right, man. Cool. I'll see you later. Yeah, he's cool, dudes. What was his shirt? I didn't see. They say thank you for the motor. He says you're welcome. Is that the neighbor with the pool? No. That's a different neighbor. Holy handshake. EJ went all in. If you're going to shake someone's hand, shake someone's damn hand, dude. Don't give me this limp-wristed nonsense. Firm handshake, man. It goes a long way. I'm telling you. Shake it like you mean it, dudes. Trust me, you'd be surprised how far that goes. You don't need to pull on their hand. Just shake, give a firm handshake. Anyway, the shelves look really well built. The last guy before me built them, dude. That was the previous owner's stuff. He used it to store paint, and I use it to store paint and auto parts. And actually, all my tools that are in boxes are over here. I put them all up on that shelf. I give you that limp-wristed nonsense. Nah, if you're gonna shake someone's hand, you shake someone's hand. If you limp-wrist somebody, that's disrespectful. Don't do that. If you're younger, don't do that. You shake someone's hand. You made a deal, all right?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Acting, what, dude? That's
EJ, it's really cool to see how far you and the stream have come. From the apartment to this awesome shop. Congrats on everything, man.
Thanks, man. Thank you. We got to go flying someday, dude. We got to. I got to do that. That's on my list of things to do. Yeah, shake firmly, but don't crush someone's hand. If you crush someone's hand, that's aggressive. Trust me, there's a whole, like, if you don't know this, there's a whole methodology to this. If you see somebody as your equal, you're making a deal with them, you shake their hand firm, okay? If you limp wrist them, that's disrespectful. If you strong arm them and crush their hand, that's aggressive. All right? There's a whole unexplained thing about this. You've ever been up in a GA plane? Never. Ever. Nope, never done it. In flight sim, I could fly it. I know I could fly it. I can land this plane. No, never been in a GA airplane. Unwritten rules of engagement. Yep. Yeah, you don't hold too long either. Two shakes, maybe 3. Don't go above 3. I'm telling you, this is like unspoken rules of handshaking. Yeah, acting exactly. Yeah, I could, dude. Get me in a CJ4. The only thing I don't know how to do is screw with the INS because that wasn't in flight sim. If you ever make it out to Seattle, I'll take you flying. All right, X-Wing, that's a deal. Need a whole stream for handshake lore. There you go. Yeah, SWK, there's a whole etiquette to it, dude. There's a whole etiquette to it. Never, ever limp wrist somebody. Don't ever do that. And that's not like some, machismo nonsense. That's disrespect. Don't do that. You may have inadvertently done it, but not even realized it. Don't do that shit. Trust me. Oops, excuse my language, sorry. I've been cursing a lot, guys, sorry. Real life EJ has been coming through a lot lately. Sorry about that. I don't mean to break the illusion, Kind of a tangent, but since you said INS, I was at a drone industry conference a few weeks ago. There's now miniaturized inertial navigation systems for drones in GPS denied areas. Yeah, they seem pretty accurate from what I've seen from current events. The Boston has been coming through a lot. Yeah, that's my fault. Trying to think if I told Charlie that we'd move the truck today. I think I did, guys. I should probably go do that, but I'll do it. We'll do it on break. Charlie's home for the day, dude. So that's the other thing. Don't waste people's time. Don't do that. Trust me on this one. Don't waste people's time. Don't play games. You know, you say you're going to do something, you should do it. So I'm going to go over there. I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I think I may have told him this weekend or Friday. You know, don't waste people's time. That's very disrespectful. Don't do that. Take it from somebody that wasted a lot of people's time when I was younger. Don't do that. Go check. I'll go down there. I'll go down there on break. We'll get it done. Move truck today, do engine Sunday. Yeah, Mark, that's probably what we'll end up doing. I'll probably get the truck up here. Yeah, I gotta get it like right there where the 97 is, so I can get my engine crane at the thing. Enough jibber jabber. Stop wasting time. That's what I mean, Paul. Let's go. All right. Let's get some measurements going and we'll go. So I left the cutoff wheel here because I was punching up a little bit of pinholes in the rail. Yeah, is there good metal here? I'm trying to see where we should cut. Looks like I did get at it with the grinding wheel right here. And maybe we should pull that tab. This little slither of metal is not very strong. So what I'll do, we'll get rid of this and then we'll take measurements. Figure out how long this thing needs to be. And then you can see I left the tabs from the 1/8 inch steel right there. I left them kind of exposed because we'll butt the plate up against it and we'll seam weld upside down, which is going to suck on both sides. Let me just check this here. Yeah, there's good metal, non-pitted metal, like up here above where my plate is. So I'm going to zip some pieces out of this frame rail. Oh, that's actually pretty damn strong. It's just the pitting that's going on right there. Okay, this is actually pretty thick down here. It's a little pitted right there and a little small. So you know what, dudes? I'll probably zip right here on both sides, and the plate that we make will go down here and then it'll come up over. So we'll make like a T shape almost, and then we bend the sides up. And then we just fill in what's left with the weld. It's kind of annoying because I did weld up in here. And yeah, I'm basically just cutting out my weld at this point. So let's get in with the grinder, section out what we need, and then go. That's what you said, just trying to refresh your memory. Okay, Mark. Let's roll. Yeah, I think. All right, so I'm going to get in here with the grinder. Headphone users, this gets super freaking loud. So just be advised if you haven't seen this before, it gets really loud. So I'm going to cut up here and then down. trying to give myself some good edges to get up against. Cool, let's do the same on the other side. Yeah, see, this metal was no good. So you see how pitted that is? See it? It's all scaly, no good. Got to make sure we're getting to the good stuff. It's a good metal. How you can tell you're at good metal is the cuts that you just made, right? Well, if it's thick, is it thick or thin? You know, that's pretty easy to tell. I need to zip a little bit off more on this side. All right, now I'm just going to clean up the edges. I'm cleaning up the edges so we got something nice and clean to weld to, dudes. All right. Now we got to zip that plate off. See? Now let me take a look up there. Oh yeah. Yeah, up there, good metal. Yeah, okay. So we got good metal all around. That's good for metal. And now what we'll do is I'll make a plate. And there's some welding bead that kind of overlapped here. It's not exactly what I want, so let's just... See how the welding bead is going on to the 1/8 inch? The backing plate? I need to get rid of it because I need the plate that we make. I need it to sit more or less flat. Can you see the bald spot? Can you see it? Is it there? No, you can't see it. Good, I'm zoomed in. Sweet. My head was in front of the camera. All right. I really should probably grind this down. should be good enough. We should be able to bridge that up with weld and make it look good. Okay, now, how wide does this plate need to be? 1.5 inches. Yeah, basically 1.5 inches the whole way. And then, let's go. Two inches to 6, about 4 inches wide will give us our thing. So we need 1.5 inch plate, and then we need to make it tee off about 4 inches wide. Hang on, let me just check that one more time. Put the 2-inch mark there and then pull this all the way around. So 5.5, not 6. So 2 to 5.5 is 1, 2, 3, 3.5 wide. Okay. So, yeah. And then how wide is this plate? Hold on one more second. 1.5 inches should do us right. So we need to go from 1.5 inches right here. And then after $7 okay. All right, let's just measure the full length. Measure the full length of the plate. Come on. 9 inches should give us enough. All right. 9 inches long and then 3.5 wide. So what I'm going to do, we know the full length of that the plate needs to be, right? And then we know the widest it needs to be as well. So I'm going to cut a 9-inch. We're going to cut a 9 inches long, right? And this is all overestimating a little bit, dudes. I always overestimate. So it looked like 8 3/4. I'm gonna make it 9 because it's easier to take metal away than it is to add it back, right? We just figured out how hard it is to add it back with the damn welder, right? Who's writing down these measurements? I got them up here. Use CAD, cardboard aided design. I have been, dude. I have poster boards and stuff. Yeah, we could do that too, but we could do subtractive manufacturing as well. You need a notebook? Yeah. Chevelle, you just bought your first truck. It's also my first Ford. I used to be a Chevy guy, but my last Chevy was a Lemon. What kind of Ford did you buy? I am proud. That's great. Fords are awesome trucks. At least the old stuff is. Can't speak to the new stuff. And by new stuff, I mean like 97 and newer. That's new stuff in my mind. So we got about 9 inches, right? And then our widest is 3.5. So I'm going to cut a 9 by 3.5 plate, and we'll put it up there. Or we could cardboard. We could draft it out on cardboard, and we could go from there. The thing is like I'm wondering. Cut out a 9 by. Yeah. Sunset orange, Jared. Nice, dude. Nice. I'm telling you, Jared, we got to take like a Ford Ranger or an S10 or something like an old F-150 or an old F-250 with PTO, the power takeoff, right? Jared, we got to Raspberry Pi that thing to be able to remote control the power takeoff hydraulics, right? So start the thing, PTO, right? And then have a rocket, Katyusha style, like an HPR in the back, and then have a strong back and stuff. Not because that's needed, right? For HPR, you could just put it on a rail, right? But that's not cool. Screw that. I want a TEL. I want a transporter erector. So that was my idea, Can't See Me. What I'm going to do, we could use cardboard aided design. I've done it. I have it right here. I used cardboard aided design to get the frame rail ends. See? This is actually an old template. This one is no good. I have. But with this one, because we have to get that curve shape, what I think I'm going to do is cut out 9 long by 3.5 wide, and then take the plate, right? Take the sucker, put it up against it, mark out where I need to trim it into that kind of T shape, where we need to do the folds up on the sides of the frame rail, right? Mark that, cut that, and then first thing I'll do is we bend the T shape to the shape that we need, weld that in, and then we hammer the rest in. We hammer it to get the concave shape. Now, we could do cardboard aided design to do that, but because of kind of the process that I've thought about in my head to do this, I'm not going to do it this time. Sup? Yeah, yes, I use cardboard aided design. I was actually teaching people how to draft over here. I used it to here, let me show you. So it's going to be hard to tell on the Vivitar, right, on that camera, because this camera sucks. But I used it to repair a frame rail, the other part of this frame rail. So the frame rail was basically shot all the way from like here to here, and we put in a new sheet on the side, and I seam welded it and then plug welded it to the frame rail retainers. I did all that, because the reason why this is shot is because the leaf spring perch that was here, water was dripping through the trunk and water was pooling in the frame rail, and it rusted out this and it rusted out the leaf spring perch to the point where there was really nothing left. So I showed people how to use cardboard aided design. Remember, we figured out the radius of the metal brake too. We need 1/8 of an inch to get the right radius with 16 gauge steel, which is pretty sick. And then I made a piece, checked for fitment, then made the metal piece, checked for fitment. It worked, dude. Cardboard aided design is actually scarily accurate for something that's so analog. It's pretty damn good, dude. Do you have a torch to heat up the plate to hammer it into shape? Yeah, Dean, of course. For the bottom plate, maybe, yeah, Can't See Me, what are you saying? For the bottom plate, maybe just tack a strip at the top of the curve and hammer the radius when in place. That's exactly, yeah, Can't See Me, that is exactly what I'm going to do, yes. All right, so let's get going. We're gonna need the drafting table, believe it or not, my quote-unquote drafting table. Yeah, if you guys want to see what the frame rail looked like before I repaired it, the leaf spring perch was right here, so you could see how all the water pooled at the bottom of the frame rail, and yeah, Titanic. Yeah, I'm gonna need this actually for later to get some part measurements, because I need to actually section it right here, cut this off. I was trying to cut this off, but the piece just fell off the car after I cut out this side. But dude, I have most of the original car is in my vacuum cleaner. Yeah, yes, you heard that sentence right. Most of this car is in my vacuum cleaner over there because I vacuumed most of it up because it just fell off. That frame rail looks so much better than the last time I saw it. Nice job. Thanks, man. Here, let me check that out, Chevelle. Look at that thing. I don't know if you remember, dude. There was no, see where the tack welds are? There's 3 tack welds, and then they're on the sides. There was nothing there. The frame rail was gone. There. The side was all rotted out. I rebuilt it with additively with the welder, which is, I just wanted to see if I could. Oh, you can. It just takes an insane amount of time, but you can do it. After seeing how shot the spring perches were, did you have a mild panic attack realizing you drove the thing? Dean, now keep in mind, when I drove this car, I drove it around in 2017. It was not nearly as rotted as this. I know because I looked over the car pretty thoroughly, not to the point that we did now, right? Because obviously I can't see what it looks like with the, you know, I couldn't see what it looked like with the trunk out or anything, right? I looked over the damn car pretty dang thoroughly, and oh my, yeah, it was still pretty rusty for the time, but yeah, I definitely drove this car like 60, 70 miles an hour down the highway with that frame rail not connected to the rear cross member, which I, not proud of that one, but you know, it's fine. Fine. It's fine. I'm fine. We're good. Everything is fine. It's not fine. Yeah, that's bad. But hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right, so this is my welding, drafting, and now workbench table, cutting table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my T-square. Get my T-square out, and we're going to make our measurements. All right, sorry, that wouldn't. So, let's set the square. We need to set it to 3.5 wide, right? This plate is actually pretty much good. Okay. So make sure we're squared up to the plate. 3.5, and then we measure measure 9 inches down the line. This is not the way you use a T-square, dudes. Just bear with me. Okay, measured more or less 9 inches down the plate. Now I'll make another mark at 3.5 down here. Now, I'm going to take the ruler. I made a mark at the front and a mark at the back. I'm going to take the T part off of the ruler, just take the ruler and then connect the dots. And now we're going to measure 3.5 again. And then we're going to make a vertical line right here at 9 inches. All right. So now, I don't know if this is going to show up on the Vivitar. I got the line. The line goes here and then it goes down, right? I don't think you can see it, but whatever. I'll use the other camera here. So see the line right there and down. Cool. And then we're going to have to cut another piece here that goes out, and then another piece here that goes out. Dean, you lost the rear axle of a car going down the road at 60 miles an hour. I've lost a tire going 55 down the highway, dude. Not tire blowing. The differential had a piece of FOD in it, and it locked up. It locked up one of the spider gears. And yeah, locked the rear axle for a second. And the lug sheared the rim, and the whole tire and wheel came off. That was not fun. Very scary. I'll never, yeah, be careful with that stuff. Never do that crap again. But yeah, I mean, what do I know? I was being a little naive. Okay, so now I'm gonna get at this with the cutting wheel. We'll go back to the Vivitar. Headphone users, this gets really loud. So the FOD that was in the diff, Dean, previous owner of the truck, that 97, that truck that's out there, the white one, the previous owner welded the diff, and the diff unwelded itself going down the road. I don't know, I think we went around a sharp corner or something on the highway, or like a tight turn, and the diff unwelded itself, and it started, all the welding bead started moving around in the spider gears, and for a split second it must have locked it and then crushed it. Because when we opened up that diff later, the spider gears looked like somebody that tried to chew nails. Like their teeth were all gacked and disgusting. It was an experience. And then I had to explain to the guy at the shop that I didn't want to repair it myself. Not the diff. What happened is the drum plate came it scraped the drum on the ground. The drum came off. It scraped everything. It was a big nightmare. The guy at the shop, because I needed a new backing plate and stuff, right? The guy at the shop was like, "You got to make sure you tighten your lugs next time." And I'm like, "I did." And then he's like, "No, you didn't, or else the tire wouldn't have came off." I'm like, I didn't feel like explaining that story, so I just said, "Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Just pick and choose your battles, dudes." Oh, nice, diabetic. That's a good one. And so yeah, the solution there was we couldn't find enough parts in the middle of rural Oklahoma to rebuild the entire brake. So I had them put a new backing plate on it. We put the drum back on with no drum hardware on the left rear tire, and then I used a vice grip to give me some redneck line lock. It worked. And then I repaired it in Detroit with Bree's dad in her driveway, or in Bree's childhood home in the driveway. Yeah, we repaired it there in the middle of the rain on stream. That was fun. I felt the wheel starting to bind up. If you feel the wheel starting to slow down, change RPM, like it really starts to go, you stop, because that means the wheel isn't perfectly straight and it's bending. And if you bend the wheel too much, it will turn into a shrapnel grenade. In your face. Yeah, you don't want that. Believe me, I've had a wheel delaminate and a piece of it got stuck in my knee. That's also the reason why I never wear shorts when working on a car nowadays. Okay, we got our long cut, pretty straight. Now we need the side cut. So what I've been learning with the grinding wheel dudes is that you kind of trace the line with the grinding wheel and make kind of a scribe in the metal, like make a channel for the wheel to go, and then you let the wheel do the cutting. But you have to kind of draw the line that you're making with the wheel. So what I like to do is go really light at this thing, right? Go really light. Right? Go really, really light, just a quick pass, right? And I made kind of a scribe mark. See the mark right there? You made a little rut in the metal, but because you can move the wheel fast, you can move it in a perfectly straight line. That was with no ruler. See that? Nice and straight. And then go at it, and then cut it when you're done. I find that that helps a lot more. So when you go to cut this thing, you cut it perfectly straight. See? Pretty damn straight. All right, so this has a lot of burrs on it. You see these little nicks of metal? This stuff, that's a real good way to cut your hands. I'm just gonna put this on the bench grinder real quick and we're gonna just get rid of all the burr. You could also use a deburring tool if you don't have a bench grinder. Got to be careful with the bench grinder though. You don't want to hold something to it. It'll get really, really hot and you can warp the metal. So don't kind of, see how I'm making passes? Just keep doing that if you're using one of these things. Don't use gloves when you're using a bench grinder. If the glove gets caught in there, your finger's going with it. I've been saying this on stream, but yeah, just to be absolutely sure, I never use gloves with something that spins. Ever, because if the glove gets caught in it, like I said, your finger will go with it. Don't do that. There. See? Just cleaned up all the little metal shards on this plate. There's still a little bit of burr, but look, now you can run your hand on it. You don't need to worry about cutting it. Hey Dean, here's a clear face shield for when you're grinding. I have eyeglasses on, dude. I don't need a face shield. That sounds like fun. Yeah, yeah. Oh, geez, Peter, that's crazy. Yeah, so I don't wear gloves with things that spin. That's kind of a rule. All right, let's go test fit this. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go in here like this. We're just gonna put this right here. Yep, I cut way more than I needed. That's okay. Believe me, there's plenty more patches that this thing needs. So here, let's do this way. Start here, roll the thing around, and then I'm gonna put my thumb more or less with where I need. All right, after that test fit, it looks like I cut it a little too long, but better to cut it too long than too short. So I got to do another little zap on this plate right here. All right, Dean, I'll go buy a face shield, only because you did that. All right, so let's just get in here. I'm gonna do my scribe mark, like I said, and then we do that cut. It goes right down that scribe mark, makes it a lot easier. I'm gonna deburr the plate again because I don't need to be grabbing this when I'm mocking it up and cut my hand wide open on stream. All right, cool. All right. Sweet. Is that a blowtorch that sparks were just directed at? Guys, yeah, yes it was, but it's actually not. It's more directed at the wall than anything. It just looks like it's aligned, but seriously, if we're gonna be the safety police, I get it. You don't need to. I understand the physics involved. Please, let's talk about getting this stupid thing done, okay? All right, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put the metal here and we're gonna figure out where we need to tee it. I made a little scribe mark, but I'll get the actual scribe to do it right. Yeah, fellas, the gas bottle is not gonna, it ain't gonna pop, dude. Where a couple of little sparks don't have the energy to create ignition if you really want to know. In this particular circumstance, to get that bottle to pop, it would need to be heated. The whole thing would need to be heated. You would need to flux a lot of heat into that thing. Flux is a really cool way of saying. It's a really cool way of saying we need to introduce a lot of heat. I got the scribe mark on one side. Yeah, I'm a little crooked on my cut marks, but that's okay. Okay. So I'm actually just drawing right onto the metal here. It looks like one side is a little bit further than the other, but I'm just see the scratch marks? I'm just scratching marks into the metal for where I need to cut. Like we could do this with paper, but since I'm gonna bend this up against it, I like doing it this way. So once again, I'm gonna leave about a 1/16 of an inch extra on this piece that we're making, just to be sure. Let me switch this back over to the Vivitar. Vibing and scribing. Yeah, one of the sides of this T is a little bit lower than the other. It's fine. It's fine. So once again, I'm just making the cut marks. So based off of the lines that I scribed, we have a good idea of the piece that we need. You see the lines going up and to the sides. One side is a little bit longer than the other, not by much, probably by maybe a 1/2 inch. I'll put it on the other camera. See the T? That's approximately what we need. Now, keep in mind, I did leave myself a little bit of extra. It is much easier to take away metal than it is to add it. Like I said, we figured that one out. Hey Sean, what's going on? Yeah, BJ doesn't yap. I do a lot of yapping, self-admittedly. A garage that is mostly organized. Cardiac, I made sure I organized this as best as I could before we started this project. Remember, I don't know if you remember, I took like a week off back in like April, and I just did Space News. It's because I was doing this for the whole day. I was cleaning this place up. It was bad. There was just stuff everywhere. Been watching your MSC VODs. Is there a kind of walkthrough or am I VODing? I try to explain what I'm doing in MSC as best as I can, dude, but yeah, I don't think... I did an MSC walkthrough on how to build the car a long time ago, but the game has since been patched, so it's probably not relevant anymore. I don't know, not relevant. All right, let's put the cuts in this thing. Oh boy, did I screw that up. I just gotta get in there and clean this. Okay, got one of the cuts, and let's get at the other one. I'll switch you guys over to the Vivitar. Or monster fish? I don't know, not relevant. Just not many in-game prompts. Well, Big Pooh, you know what? I'm going to be starting a new MSC save. I'm not going to say why, but I'll start a new one and I'll make sure to explain everything better this time. She's hanging on by a thread. There we go. So not bad, dudes. Pretty damn straight cuts. See that? That's by hand. Isn't that pretty cool? Scribing that mark really, really helps. Like I did screw up a little bit. It's not like perfectly straight, but it's damn close. And remember, we're filling in the gaps with weld anyway. It doesn't need to be perfect. Like, see, it's not one side, one of my cuts on one side of the frame rail is a little bit longer than the other. So once again, we're filling in, we're gonna be welding. We're gonna put a weld bead in here. So it's not, this doesn't have to be like perfect. It doesn't have to be like aerospace grade. Because remember, we need a seam so we can get the weld in. Because what I ideally want is, remember, my 1/8 inch steel plate is right here and the other one's right here. I want to make sure we adhere to that metal. We want to get this plate, we want to melt the welding pool between the plate, the backing steel, and the outside of the frame rail. You want to make sure you kind of hit all three with your welding pool. That'll make it the strongest. Are you throwing this in the harbor? Yes. Yes, I am. Hey, Rarest. What's going on, buddy? It's right. It goes in the T-hole. The T-hole is the harbor. All right. I'm going to clean this up on the bench grinder. We will switch back to Vivitar Cam. I'm just cleaning up some of the extra marks that I left with the angle grinder. All right, cool. Let's test fit. TFT title is out. A week of drama and launches into space. Oh, I never told you guys who was going to be on the flame trench. I don't know, should I? It's not the regular bunch, but do you want me to tell you, or do you want to wait for the surprise? Oh no, Tessa, you don't want to spoil the surprise. Elon? No, that would be cool, but no. No, we're not that cool. We're not Tim Dodd, you know what I'm saying? And I mean that in a positive way, not a mocking way. I like Tim. Tim's the man. There's just one last burr I need to get at with this thing. Hold on. There we go. All right, let's test fit. So this piece goes right here, and then we gotta bend the sides up. And then this will plate all up in there. Yep, gave myself a little bit more on purpose. He said moron. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And then the tabs, we'll bend them. We'll bend them in the brake. So what we'll do is we mark the area, mark the area where the bend starts, and then bend the melon farmer. So what we want to do, get this about it as aligned as possible, and the bend for the frame rail on this side basically starts right there, and the bend, well, it's basically that edge. Cool. Yeah, we bend on the edges. Cool. This is what fabrication does, dude. Like, or this is how fabrication works, guys. It's just test it, do something, test it, do something, and test it. So we basically got to bend right on these lines. So remember, we have to allocate, what was it, 1/8 of an inch? 1/8 of an inch for the radius with 16 gauge steel. I'm guessing Europeans. Oh. Jared Isaacman? Oh, that would be cool, but I don't think so. It would be a great tag team. Dude, we gotta reach out more. Bill Nelson? I mean, Vin, we're already watching paint dry here. That's confusing. All right, so I gotta get in the metal brake. We gotta allocate 1/8 of an inch. Yeah, so I gotta put this on the brake, right? We'll sandwich it on this side, and then we move back. Oh, no. Yeah, we sandwich right on the T, right on the line. That'll do it. Leave that, the 1/8 of an inch allocation will be on one side, not the other. Or, well, no, it'll be on, yeah. From the bending side, that leaves, it's right. We just got to bend on the lines. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. Let's get the Craig clamps. And what we got to do with the brake is I really have to push down on the sandwich. The clamps don't give enough, well, clamping force. So what I got to do is really push down on this thing. Craig clamps are just there to hold the sandwich in place. I got to push down and give us the force. Use the force. All right, dudes. You ready? I'm going to move this out of the way. And the reason why why the Vivitar is getting so much use today is because I already have that camera, the other cameras framed underneath the car. So you guys are unfortunately kind of stuck with the Vivitar. Piece of junk. This camera sucks. Look at my armpit. Trying to get you guys on the metal. That's the ceiling. There we go. The exposure is so good. I know, yeah, look at this. All right, we're gonna bend a tab. So I'm gonna push down on the sandwich and then looks like I overbent it a little bit. Huh, that didn't really radius how I wanted. It made a really tight radius that time. We can bend it to our will though. I'm gonna do the other side. That was actually a super tight radius. Huh. All right, ready? There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. Perfecto. Here, let me zoom out the Vivischnot. I bent one tab a little bit too far, but we can get our old metal bending tool right here. There we go. Cool. There it is. All right. Let's go fit it, see what happens. Our bends are way too tight. Oh boy. Why did these bends go on such a tight radius? I still have a lot to learn with this damn metal brake. Ah, shoot. I bent them backwards. Damn it! God, I suck. Oh my gosh, they're backwards. I bent them the wrong way. I bent them the wrong way. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. These tabs need to be bent upright. So, mulligan. Measure, twick, bend once. Hey, I had a 50-50 shot. Okay, gotta go into the vise, blah, 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 blah. I know about metal fatigue. It's 16 gauge. We're all right. That's embarrassing. Let me get my metal rebender tool. Oh, it's already over there. We call that the sledgehammer. I wanna be your copy strike. Don't you call my name? Oh, you wanna be copy striking. I need the combination wrench so we can make the bend. You need to grab a pair of sheet metal pliers from Harbor Freight. They have 2 sizes, 6 and 32. Makes tweaking sheet metal easier. Okay. I got my combination wrench, dude. This is a good metal bender. I got Peter Gabriel stuck in my head now. Not great, Bob. But yeah, it's all right. We can always de-stress the metal. So I flattened it again. And once again, guys, like, you got to be sure about application. What do I mean by that? Well, if you bend the metal and bend it back, you're fatiguing it. Metal will eventually crack. Like if you have a soda can, right, and I mean, that's aluminum, it's a little different than steel, but steel will do that, it'll crack. It'll fatigue and break. Now, I made sure that when I reflattened the piece, right, that I was very careful with it, and then when we did the bends, I was very careful. So I didn't fatigue this metal too much, but you can still see it's kind of wavy around the corners. That's all right. Like I said, for this application, this is fine. But make sure if you're doing something where you really got to understand metal fatigue, that you don't, like, make sure you're not breaking things. Would heating it de-stress it? Yeah, probably. If you heat when you bend it, it'll de-stress the metal. This piece was already still warm. That's why I did it. It was still warm from when I cut it, so it was really easy to bend it back and flatten it. I still left a little bit of waviness. There's still a little bit of waviness in the metal, but it's okay. There's no cracks. There's just a mark from the vise. I don't see any cracks in this metal. All right, cool. So let's make sure we bend it the right way this time, huh? T-section from the aluminum Falcon. What the hell is an aluminum Falcon? All right, so I'm looking at it. It's probably something I should have done. Look at it and test it, and look at it and test it again, like what I was saying you should do. Let's make sure that I bend this the right way. Okay, this side up. This side up. I don't know if you can see it. I wrote a little note to myself, even though I'm going to be doing this like a couple minutes into the future. All right. What would you say you do here? Look, I deal with the metal fatigue so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I'm good at dealing with people. Don't you understand this? What the hell is wrong with you people? All right, make sure I leave my eighth inch margin here this time. Let's do this the right way. Oh, the grips came off one of my damn Craig clamps. Whatever. There we go. Well, I got it right that time. Check this out. That's the right radius we need. Now, before we bend the other tab, I'm just going to test fit it again. What are you planning for after hours today? Vesper, we got racing tonight. Friday night racing and yeah, stuff. Oh, now we're talking. Now we got the radius. Excellent. All right, cool. Let's do the other side. Yeah. The other thing is that, and this is just me, sorry, wrong camera. This is just me getting my mind around how the metal brake works. To get the radius, before I left it on the wrong side, so I actually made a tighter radius than what we need. This time though, we have a nice 1/8 inch radius right there, which fits almost perfectly, which is great. Now I got to do the other tab. I'm going to do the same thing. We'll leave, I was leaving 1/8 of an inch on the wrong side, if you really want to know. All right, I'm putting this sucker in the brake. I know this isn't the best camera angle, dudes, but yeah. Nice. Got us a good radius on both sides, dudes. Here, look. Much better. That's much more in line with the frame rail. So let's go test fit it. Please add dramatic ooh ah sounds. Yep. All right, ready? Oh yeah. Cool. Yep. So I left a little bit of extra metal on the tabs. That's on purpose. Just got to zip probably about a 1/16 of an inch off either side. Actually, that's pretty close to being right. Yeah, just got to zip a little bit off. I'll do that on the bench grinder. Real quick, dudes.
Discovery.
Go with throttle up. GB Wolf, 7-month resub. Thanks, man. Do that on the bench grinder real quick. Just gonna zip a little bit off either side. And then, yeah, we should be good. All right, shut that off. I'm gonna test fit. Who put this crappy bumper bracket there? Jeez. I'm just gonna zip a little bit off. We test it. Yeah. Actually, we got about 1/8 of an inch. I'll do this with the grinding wheel. How are we going to do this? You know what? I'll zip down the other side. It's got to go a little bit more. Let's try this way. This way should be good. There we go. I really took a lot off there. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rut. Yeah, one of these tabs I cut way too far. Yeah, we'll it's just a little long, but I did that on purpose. I left myself a lot of metal. If you notice that one is a little bit taller, this one's a little bit taller than the other. I got to kind of get them even. And just, you got to be careful with a bench grinder. You don't want to introduce too much heat. So, yeah, I'll just keep using the bench. It's not a big deal. Note that with the grinder, I'm going back and forth. You do not want to just hold it in one spot. You'll melt the metal. There we go. All right, let's test fit again, dudes. Our bends aren't exact. They're not exact. They're close. It looks like I still have a lot to learn with the metal brake. Need a cup of quenching water next to the grinder, especially for sharpening drill bits. And I should say it's wonderful to hear metal grinding sounds while you work. There you go, man, there you go. Yeah, can't see me. I didn't get these bent exactly right. They're close, but they're not, the radius isn't right. Anvil to bend it. I have a hammer and dolly, and I also have the vise. Like I would just need to find something that mimics that radius. Particularly like with a hammer and a dolly. No. I mean, we could use the apostrophe. I could put the apostrophe in the vise. I could put the apostrophe in the vise and hammer it. See, like that's the difference that we're talking about. See this? This is much sharper than really what I want. Maybe the apostrophe is good, but maybe there's a better one. No, I think the apostrophe will do us right. Let me get the hammer. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the apostrophe in the vise, and then I'll put the piece on it, right? Once the piece is on it, we sit there and we hammer it till it's the right radius. You would do 2 pieces yourself? Well, yeah, I guess. I think this way will work, dude. I mean, there's more than one ways to skin a cat. I like this way. And that way, if we get it into position, I can cut off more than what I need. I also don't want to mark up my my dolly piece here, so I'm going to put a cloth around it. I don't want the dolly to have the vise mark in it, because if it does, then whenever I use this piece again, it's going to have the vise mark in whatever I imprint. Okay. All right, let's boogie. Yeah, that definitely hammered out the flatness. Oh yeah. We definitely changed the radius, dudes, but yeah, look at this. Oh boy, how's this? Look at that thing. I think that might be a little too much. We got to find a little bit of a sharper edge to hold. Look at this. Sounds like Satisfactory in here. It does sound like Satisfactory. Now it's more of a C than a U. Let's test fit this thing. I want to see how this looks. I think, once again, our tabs are too wide now. But yeah, they are too wide, but also, yeah, I think if we just bend up the end a little bit more on each side, I think it looks like part of the radius is pretty damn matched. It's pretty close. Cool. Maybe weld it in place and then hammer it to the rest of the frame rail. The one closest to the camera is pretty close. Let me see. I'll come in on the other side. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just, see, the radius, it matches pretty good. I just got to bend the rest of the top up a little bit, and I think we are in the ballpark, man. Oh yeah. And then, you know, we weld this all in, and then we just heat and bend and heat and bend and heat and bend it up in the radius that we want. Or we could take the apostrophe and on the vise, just like what we're doing, and bend it that way, and then just keep testing for fit, test it for fit, test it for fit, test it for fit. And then we seam weld it with the Mitzewelder. Yeah, just got to get the radius just bent up a little bit more. We could heat bend it, or we could keep shaping it. I don't mind shaping it. Satisfactory noises. You ready, Hans? All right, let me do the other tab here. Okay. Just going to do one thing here. I'm just putting the plate in the vise here just to get the final like bend upright to the right radius. All right. It's looking pretty good, dude. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in a second. I also really need to get a vise camera. Need to get a camera over here. I acknowledge that. Yeah, baby. Now we're talking. So what I did was I just put the ends of the tabs in the vise and got them to go, and just kind of worked it over with my hand and got it to go vertical. See that? See how they're not like pointing out like this, they're pointed up like this, you know? All right, let's check for fitment. This side fits almost perfectly, dudes. Probably got to take off a little bit more metal, but on the tops of the tabs. But we're almost like spot on. Yeah, I gotta take off a little more material on the tops of the tabs. You should make a paper template. Yeah, Geek, you weren't here for it. I explained, just the way this is right in my head, I didn't do a paper template. I don't know. I don't want to sit here. I didn't want to sit here doing analysis paralysis like I usually do on figuring out the right way to do it, because for whatever reason, it wasn't sitting right in my head. This was sitting right in my head doing it this way, so that's the way I did it. I know that's like, yeah, I know. It's just me, just being stupid. Let me use the coarser. Okay. I really kind of went to town on this thing with the grinding wheel there, but oh, nice. It's hot as balls. Hope you have a fan. Yeah, I got a fan going over there, but my shop is insulated, but I got no HVAC in here. I can't afford that. The heating and cooling bill for a building this big is not in my budget. I spent it all on the damn car. Spent it all on the car, sorry. I'll suffer. I'll suffer from my project vehicles. I gotta bend these up a little bit more. I think we're too wide. Heat in a wood stove would work cheaply. Yeah, you're not wrong, VA Belt Fed. I'm just not really sure how heat is going to help me in this particular scenario. But, you know, if it was not, you know, June. If it was not June, yeah, sure.
Discovery, going
Like in 62 months of dealing with me, I can be annoying, I can be a pain, but I've learned a lot from my time here, and I hope I made great progress on my first few months here. And here's to plenty more months. Cheers in Guinness. Nice. Put a bag of ice cubes in your crotch? Guys, I'm sweating, but I ain't complaining about the heat. You guys are. I don't know why, but I think he's saying for heat, use a wood stove. Yeah. No, I got that, bro. I got that part. We're looking out for you. Yeah. Appreciate it. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
In the winter. No. Yeah, Geek, what month is it? It's not winter right now. I have a propane heater for the winter, believe it or not. Yeah. And it gets this place fired up, but I just put it away. There's the best way to keep it cool is just the fan. I mean, like, here's the thing. When you have a garage, right? When you have a garage with a shop like this, you're opening and closing the door and constantly getting stuff in and out. This is why this gets expensive. It doesn't take expensive to cool off a structure this big, right? It's insulated, it's pretty thermally efficient. When you open the door, all that cold air goes right out the window or the door. So it's just a recurring heat cycle over and over and over again. Dude, I'll just take the fan. I'll just take the fan and I'll sweat my nuts off, right? And then during break, I'll take an ice cold shower, and that's the end of that. That's what I've been doing. Patch panel looks good, Rares. Thank you. Audio is desynced. All right, give me 1 second. Stand by for momentary loss of signal. Are we back? We have acquisition of signal from the garage. Patch panel looks good. Thanks, man. Good, good. All right, cool. I got to test fit it again. Build a fire to remind yourself how hot it is inside. I don't need a reminder. I know it's hot. Dudes, like, I don't. I gotta bend up this tab. That tab needs to be bent more. So let me get back on the vise. I got one tab pretty good. This tab is, so the frame rail is going kind of like up. The frame rail is going up this way. This tab's kind of going that way. I got to bend it in a little bit more and then give it a quick zap again, and then I think we're good for fitment. With this stuff, dudes, be patient. Be patient. This takes time, dude. It takes time. Like, you know, oh, you go and grind it. It's never gonna fit. It's never gonna fit. Just go back and forth, dude. Just go back and forth and just get the damn thing to fit. It takes a second, but you can do it. Okay, I changed the radius of the bend. All right. So I took that tab, I took this tab and I put the end of the tab in the vise and then I hit it with the hammer a bunch of times to get it to bend 90 degrees. All right, let's go test fit it. Give it a buzz, give it a little bit of tappy. Tap, 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 tap-a-roo. I think I just got to zap a little bit more off the back here. You know what I'm going to do? I just got another idea. Let me get one of my files, and I'm going to file the burrs off of the frame rail. That probably would have been a smart thing to do. before we started fitting this part. There's bill burr all over that frame rail from when I went at it with the grinding wheel. So I'm just gonna get a hand file right here and just I should have done this to start. All right, now let's check. Now that you got all the damn burrs out of the way. Oh. Huh. Who knew? That fits a lot better. All right, it looks like this line, this cut over here, dudes, kind of goes down a little bit. So I just got to put a little bit of an angle into one of my tabs here. I'll do that with the bench grinder. And then I think we got pretty damn good fitment. There we go. Just a quick zap, a quick tap. This radius is not exactly right on the back. It's very, very close though. It looks like we nailed this side. The other side that you guys can't see, that part is perfect. You know, I'm taking into account that we need a little bit of a gap to get good pen with the welds. Looks like I need to zap a little bit more material off. Yeah. Just a little bit more on one side, on the side that you guys can see. You gotta wait till it gets up to speed, dipshit. All right. Anyway, it's just, we're not fitting somewhere. Where are we not fitting? Oh yeah. All right. I don't want any particular overlap here. Hold on. Ow. Sorry, I know my head's in the way. My bad. Okay. I gotta go back over to the bench, to the vise. Give me 1 sec, dudes. Or maybe give me, well, don't give me 1 second. Give me 3 steps towards the door. And then you ain't gonna see me no more. I'm just messing with that bend on the side that you guys can see. Just got to bend the very edge of this just a little bit more. There we go. All right, I think we got these radii pretty nailed. I'm talking about these corners here on the frame rail. I just got to tighten up the radius on your side just a little bit. What I'm trying to do is make sure that this thing can kind of just slot in. I'm making sure it's not getting caught on anything. The reason why is because you got to leave a little bit for the welding to pen. So, like, it should just be able to slide, like pop in and out. Like, you should just be able to fit it. Okay, it's good. Fit it. Okay, it's good. If you try to fit it and it starts getting caught on things, that means it's not gonna. When you weld it, it's just gonna seam weld it on the surface. You don't really want that because that means the weld isn't getting all the way through the metal. You basically just bound the metal up on one side and not the other. Okay. Okay. Just got to bend it just a smidge more in the vise. On either side, there we go. Can you see why I didn't want to do this for the actual like bend part of the frame rail? I didn't want to do it because this is tough enough just doing it with a straight piece, let alone that curved piece. All right. Guys, I think we're in business here. I think we're in business to get this right. Hell yeah. That's pretty friggin' good, man. That fits pretty good. How's it look on that side, dudes? Metal files last long when used only in one direction. Push away. Yeah, everybody tells me that. It's a bad habit that I'm in. I don't know where I picked it up from. Thank you for the tip, though, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, see, we still got a little bit of overlap right here on this side. So one way with the file, right? Like. I pulled it again. Looks like I'm gonna have to build up some weld on the back here. I went a little ham with the grinding wheel. All right, there's just a little burr right there. And then see, we're getting overlap on, like once you get to the part that we did yesterday or 2 days ago, we're getting overlap. But that's intended. I want to build the plate up against the weld, and then we'll grind it all nice and smooth so it looks, you'll never know, and it'll be stronger because it's got those 1/8" plates behind it. So like the right way to do this would have been to just cut this whole thing out and then just test fit a part that's like this. Like we would have had to cut here, cut there, and then just sat here, and I don't know how I would bend a curve like that. I mean, we'd have to make reliefs in the metal, and that would have sucked a lot. That would have taken a long time. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that would have taken longer than how we did it, just adding metal over and over again? You tell me. Okay, so the other thing we got to do is we got to drill a hole right there. Actually, we got to figure out where to drill the hole. The hole is basically right there. The hole is there from the factory for lining up stuff when it's going down the assembly line, and it's also there for draining. We're gonna have to drill one right basically in the center of this tab. Here's the old one. It's thin. Yeah, see, look at it from that angle. See the bottom right there? That's no good. So I'll drill a new hole. We just got to figure out, we got to make sure that, you know, it's in the right spot. You know, I can measure it on the other frame rail, measure the distance of the center point. And yeah, then we can measure that with the plate and drill it. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're not on an assembly line, and to be quite frank, if we ever get to the point of taking this thing apart again, I'm just going to replace this frame rail and then probably put this up on a rack as somewhere, like hang it on my wall if we ever redo it. So we're never going to need that to line anything up ever again when we're under here. So you think this is faster? What would I say is, instead of trying to do that before bending, what I would say is, instead of trying to do that bend before welding, is weld in the back where the tabs are, then bend, tack, bend, tack, bend, tack. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was my idea, dude. Doing that way. Yeah, that was the original idea. I'm probably going to do a combination of both here. Yeah. I'll bend it a little bit because the apostrophe, I'm pretty sure, is going to give me the right radius anyway. So I'll bend it. We'll bend it up in the vise somewhere close, and then that'll make it so we don't need to do as much hammering when we get in there. So let me measure the dots on the other frame rail, because we still got to drill the hole in this piece. Tape measure, there we go. So I'm going to measure, we'll measure the holes just, you know, just because measure them on this side. It's 9.5 inches. It's 9.5 inches like on the dot. So let me put my piece in here. I got my apostrophe. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this tab more or less in place. Right? Then we take the tape measure. Yep. Once again, guys, I don't want it to be exact. I just want it to be there to drain. It's pretty much in dead center in the tab. So I have a 1-inch hole saw. We'll put this on the press. Yeah, this is an old school 1-inch hole saw. I'm not 100% sure if this is for metal. I'm pretty sure it is, but we'll zip the hole right in there with the drill press. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Cut a card, copying the curve, and have that card by the bench. Well, the problem is so on the other frame rail, Peter, that's a good idea. What we'd have to do is start getting all the schmutz off the other frame rail, all the old undercoating, so I could get a good profile on the curve, right? And then we could measure it. And that, I mean, I don't know. Are we going to clean up the frame rails? I think we should. I think we'll get all the old undercoating off. It did its job. Or do we keep it on there because it's still protecting the metal? But the thing is that it's flaking. So maybe we clean up the other frame rail completely, and then paint it. We'll steel it the whole damn thing, primer. We'll do steel it primer, and then I'll VHT undercoat the whole frickin' thing, because we already got to do that with this panel anyway. And the whole interior of both frame rails is nailed with rust converter. I caked it on in there on purpose. Remove and replace. All right, yeah, cool. So either way, we still need our profile hole, or we still need the drainage hole in there, so that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna do that now with the press. I think this thing will fit in the chuck. Yes, it will. Okay. Once again, I'm not going to go too crazy about the mark for this thing and like where it needs to be. I'm worried that the hole saw might gack out some of the hole there. All right, well, let's go and we'll see. It broke. This is a super old hole saw bit, guys. It didn't hole saw. It didn't do it. The bit like kind of moved, I guess. The hell kind of is this? What is it? Adjustable or something? Huh. Maybe just the bit like moves independently of the hole saw. I've never seen something like this, and it looks like it's on a chuck, like it has its own drill chuck or something that we got to tighten down? Question. Yeah, it's keyed. That's weird. I've never seen anything like this. But then again, Bree's dad gave this to me, so I don't really know. Like, look. So there's a key right there. This looks like a hole saw that has a replaceable bit, right? And then the key, you gotta key it by tightening that. I've never seen anything like this. This is, I mean, this is old school tools. Nowadays, hole saws aren't adjustable or anything like this. You break it, that's it. That's the end of that. Get another one. This one seems like it has a replaceable drill bit. Where was this made? Lennox Arbor American Saw and Manufacturing Company, Springfield, Mass. I got this from Michigan. This was made in Springfield. Hell yeah. All right. Cool. Yep, okay. You just gotta tighten the chuck. Or tighten the, it's not a chuck, it's a set screw, technically. Yep. Just gotta tighten the set screw. Now that isn't moving. Sweet. So when you're using a drill press, put the part up against the axle here, because you don't, if you have it over here and it catches, it's just gonna swing around and then that turns into a saw blade. And if your finger's in the way, well. That's the end of that. Oh, tap magic. Going too fast. I need the cutting fluid. Here we go. Tap magic. The cutting fluid is there as coolant to keep the bit nice and cool. Just gonna get it all up on there. Yeah, they see you. Get in there. You will eat kapu, Ron Burgundy. Test it. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. Okay, we got our pilot hole. Just gonna give this a lot of tap magic there. Did we bottom out? Yeah, we bottomed out. Hold on. I got to loosen this. I bottomed out the blade. We have to go up a little bit more. I have to set my plate a little bit higher. There we go. All right, we're set. Let me just make sure. I was wondering, like, we're not really cutting anything. All right, here we go. This should do it. Let's make sure we're up against the back piece, and whoa, there it goes. Okay. We got to be careful, man. This is slowing down the press. Now, what's going on here is the belt. You could set the belts in the press to have more torque or more speed, and the belts up there aren't set right for this application. So it doesn't mean that we can't cut through it. What it means is that we gotta go slow. The depth of the cut needs to be very, very slow. And we got to add a lot of coolant so we don't overheat. Got it. There we go. Nice. That's sick. There we go. I'll show you guys in a second here. The depth of cut, you could tell by the noise that it was making. My dad taught me this stuff. Tell by the noise that it was, yeah, see, look at that. How's that, huh? There you go, new drainage hole. Pretty centered too. Not bad. Yeah, I've been coating it with cutting oil. And yeah, Hilness, I coated it with cutting oil, and this thing is actually not very hot. Like, you can touch it, it's not a big deal. Sick. So we got our drainage hole here. And let me get my compound. Let me get the compound file and deburr this. There we go. Sweet. Looks pretty good, man. That's a perfect hole for mice to climb in, or for water to drain out of. All right, now that we got the hole, let's just make sure, again, that it fits. Okay, cool. Now I got to check something with the apostrophe. Do we have a good angle that we can get at? Yeah. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to bend a little bit of this. I'm going to get this kind of bent up so it's up here, and then I think I'm a little, I left a little bit of extra space up at the top, so I'm going to zip that, and I want this edge to basically be right around here. Killer. So yeah, I'm going to take the apostrophe, we'll put this in the vise. Why not weld it then bend it? It's strictly so I don't have to do as much bending. The apostrophe is close, but it's not the exact, so I'll bend it a little bit, and just a little. Or we could tack and weld if you guys want. Like that was my first way, and then, but I was just thinking like tacking, hammering, welding, tacking, hammering, welding. We'll do less of that if it's starting to curve up already, or we could just do it as we go. Do you have a boring bar? Negative. Do I know what that is? Negative. Negativo. Why not both? That's what I'm suggesting. Your choice. I mean, it's just going to save us some work, that's all. I'm going to give it a little bit of a bend. The apostrophe is close, dudes. Here, I'll show you. Beating the heck out of it on the frame isn't good. Exactly. Exactly. We don't want to, just don't want to go hammering away on this thing. Like I said, the apostrophe is pretty damn close. It's pretty close. So what I'll do is we put this in the vise, I sandwich her in the vise like this, sandwich the vise like that, and then we just hammer this thing out. That's what I'm going to do. It's pretty close to being right. This is fabricator's discretion. Yep. I think this way is easier because it's less hammering underneath the car. Okay, cool. You guys, it's going to be hard for you to see, but just... I'm going back and forth on the metal as we go up. It's moving around. We got to clamp it a little bit harder. Yeah, like I said, dudes, it's just to get it close. We didn't get it all the way right. Yeah, there's a little bit more hammer and dolly work that I got to do. Hold on. I didn't get the very last bit. There we go. That should be good enough. It's not an exact profile match, but I just did it to bend it up so it's a little bit easier. Like, here, see? Let's see how that fits. Pulp vent. Oh, geez, no. Not right now. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. Yeah, see, I didn't get it all the way, but I got it close. You don't want to overbend it, and then because then you just got to play games trying to bend the stupid thing back. That should be easy to tack and weld from here. All right, guys. So there we go. That's our piece. On camera. There you go. That would have really sucked to do the bends, to try and bend it and then weld it to get like, I mean, I see how you could do it now, but oh, that would have sucked. I think it'll relax as you weld it. Well, yeah, we're putting heat into it. It'll calm down. Road closed, multi-view is on, stream scheduled in 15 minutes. I don't know. I don't know what to do now. I want to get this done. Guys, I want to get this frame rail finished today. We need to get it welded in. I don't want to get, this is going to sound stupid coming from me. I don't want to get too distracted with space. Not too much, just a little bit. All right, so unless there's any objections, I think we are good to send this. At least tack. So what I'm going to do, we'll start on the back part of this. I'm going to tack it right here. We'll tack right there, tack right there, tack right there, tack right there. 4 of them. And then we can tack on the top of the tabs, make sure those are set, right? Then burn, bend it, tack it, bend it, tack it, bend it, tack it, bend it, tack it. But at the very end, I might need to zip some of this off with the grinding wheel because I think it's just a little bit too long. But I don't know, if we get overlap, it should be okay. You are out of sync. Why the hell does this happen, dude? All right, let's do this. Be right back though. Stand by for loss of signal as expected. It's only when you switch to the front-facing camera. All right. It's because time runs differently in the shop. Yeah, we get time dilation. We're getting desync in our time dilation. All right, let's do this. Where's the welding magnet? Oh, I found it. I actually put it away. It's over here. Shop is approaching C. Shop equals C, crew cab charger at the speed of light. Going out the night at the speed of light. The hard and the strong can achieve the high. Shop made the Kessel run, 5 parsecs. There's just metal shavings all stuck in this thing. Definitely a lot of venting noise. Cool. All right. I'm gonna hold this thing when we do this. I'll hold it with a glove and we'll zap it on the corners. Because yeah, it's not gonna stay there with the magnet. Okay. Get the grounding strap in position and we will fire up the welder. I'm MIG welding at Pleasure Beach. I don't know how to TIG weld. And to be honest with you, I don't know how to MIG weld either, but I'm learning. I'm using this car to learn on. At least I know with my booger welds that it ain't going anywhere. It just doesn't look, it's not much to look at. Like, it's so strange, dude. I'm at a point with welding that I understand what I need to do. I know what it needs to look like. I know you gotta run it, you gotta control the pool. My brain hasn't mapped that skill to my hands yet. So my welds are nothing to look at, but they hold. You know, probe vent is going, pad still isn't clear. Oh, pad isn't clear. This isn't happening for a second. Cool. All right, let's get the welder figured out. Not figured out, let's get it set up. All right, so I need my welding jacket. Don't need to get a welder's tan today. I already got a farmer's tan, so it's good. You can't have a farmer's and a welder's tan at the same time. Unless you're a farmer and you need to fix your tractor, in which case you can. Oh, it's a hard thing to do. Muscle memory is hard. Yeah, Connor, I know exactly what needs to be done. I know that you have to get pen, you don't want porosity in your weld, you have to get the right voltage and the right wire speed to control the pool correctly and make sure you're penetrating the metal, and your voltage depends on the thickness of the metal, etc., etc. I know all that. I know how all that works. I understand it. I can give myself the best odds of success, right? Like, we can set the welder correctly. I've learned how to do that. My hands just can't do it. Not yet, at least. You got to practice. You got to practice. Granted, if you look at the welds on when I started working on this car versus now, I mean, they still suck, but they're better. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They still suck, but they're better. Okay, let's turn the gas on, verify our gas pressure. Total tank volume is 1750 PSI, or about 120 bar on the dot. Flow rate verified at 10 liters a minute, or 21 square cubic feet an hour. Cool. Okay, flip the welder on. Yeah, just knock the chains over. Chain's only holding the stupid thing in place. Stupid welding tank in place. Guys, I'll be honest, I gotta take a leak. I'm not sure, Martin. Double check the feed settings. So the feed settings are pretty much the same at what we had yesterday, but I'll check it, but I gotta take a leak real quick. I'll be right back. No, I didn't wash my hands. Deal with it. Peeing your pants is cool. If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis. Mic check. Mic check. Microphone check a 1, 2. 5. Oh yeah, you welder. Got an auto switch. Yeah, 5 by 5. Mic check. All right, cool. Oh, that's gross. All right, here we go. I'm going down there. He's going down there. I wouldn't. Whoop. All right, I got my gloves, I got my steering wheel, I got drink. I will have the drink. Kimmy, you will be having the drink today. All right, I gotta get my cutters. Don't need the pencil down here. Pencil goes up there. I have the magnet just in case, but I really just want to hold this in place and make things by the bay. I just may. What do you say? All right. You know, differentials make a really good headrest when you're welding frame rails. Pro tip of the day. Yep. All right, dudes. Here we go. My hand moved because I slipped, but on that tack, but we're good. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. One at the forward part of this tab. One right here. I left too much of a seam on one side, dudes. I think it moved just a smidge. This stuff always freaking moves. Man. I don't like it. I gotta get the hammer. I gotta break that tack. Just on one side. It looks like we got it good on the other side, but I missed. I'll bring my cutting wheel down here just in case. Is he muted? I don't think so. Am I muted? Is the mic cutting in and out? Not muted. No, never mind. Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't see the timestamp on it, ARJ, until I went and looked. Sorry, okay, so. There we go. I'm gonna zip that tack out. I don't like it. There we go. Much better. All right, let's do it again. Stay. I don't like that angle. I didn't get it. Didn't bridge the gap. It's too far. There we go. All right, now we're nice. That tack pushed it up into place. Cool. This gap is a little bit big. It's probably like 3/32 of an inch. Not the best, but. All right, I gotta go on the other side. We gotta get it over there. Ew. Hey, Bree.
I need a recycling bag. So I'm gonna have leftover pasta salad.
I'll take it. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Okay, we got plenty of food.
Cool.
All good. Love you too. Chat says hi.
Hi, Jet.
She says hi. Chat. Okay. Back to work. Trying to find a comfortable spot. Okay. Two good tacks over here, guys. Okay. Now comes the really icky part. I'm gonna turn up the wire speed just a little bit, guys. I didn't like how much we were feeding there. Okay. Ready? Up. There we go. Now, from what we said yesterday, let's try to seam across the bottom here. What we said yesterday, 10 degrees off, feed the pool sideways. We blew through. Blew through a little bit. That was me. That was on me. That it wasn't the welder. That was me. Oh, that's so tough, dude. It's so tough to do that right. Oh my goodness. Nope. Nope. That's no good. Maybe try to angle it a little bit more. Yeah, it's bad. It's okay. I'm still learning, but it's penetrating. It's getting through. I know it's getting through. I can see the wire going through. The problem is it's going through too much. Hear that? Not good. It's not what we want. It should sound like sizzling bacon, like bzzz. I'm just gonna stitch weld it. Ooh, I actually don't mind coming at it from the side like that. That's actually pretty good. I like this. There we go. That's the sizzle. That's the noise you want. Now there we go. Okay, we gotta stop there. Putting too much heat in. If the pool really starts glowing like that, you're putting too much heat in. OLM vent is kicked on, tiny but growing fast. Okay. You gotta get closer, gotta go slower, gotta turn up the voltage a tick. Your wire stick out is way too much. Less angle on the welding tip. You got this. Yeah, dude. Yeah. It's I can't get a good hold on it. I'll turn the voltage and the wire speed up just a little bit when we get at it from the other side, dude. Yeah, it's a lot. Just cleaning out the nozzle real quick. All right. All right, I'll come at it from the other side. We blew through. Damn it. I think that was on me. I held it in one spot too much. That, and I have to build up bead here because I ground out too much frame rail. That was on me. Okay, ready? I'll try to go from the top. Well, you don't want to really go from the top down. I find that doesn't really work, but there we go. I got it. Okay. I actually have to build up some material here, so I'm gonna do that. This is just gonna be a seam here. Ready? We blew through a little bit, but I'll build the material back up because I suck. There we go. All right. It's looking pretty good. Okay. Now we have to do the tab right here. We got to do this piece. So we got to get this. I'm just trying to see if we can get comfortable here. Get a good spot. All right, there's just a little pinhole right there that I got to fill up. Ready? Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do the seam going this way. I'm going to go slow. I screwed up. I got a piece of slag on my leg. I think you know what? I gotta up the wire speed even more. I didn't like it. I don't like the way it's feeding right now. I'm gonna up the speed. We're gonna go 4 on the wire speed out of 10, and then C on the voltage, which C is the 3rd level up. It goes from A to J. It doesn't say exactly what the voltage is or the amp, you know, the electricity level, but I got to build up a lot of material here, so I'm gonna up this. Ready? Yeah, it's getting there. Actually, that might have been a little too much. I think I actually fed a little too much. I'm gonna turn it back just a little bit. I didn't like that. I'm gonna go halfway between 3 and 4 on the welder. You able to get at it from the top? Well, yeah. I can go inside of the frame rail, but I wanna we're getting good pen. I can see the pool connecting the pieces together, so. I'm getting a good pool now, but we're just evaporating the metal in the area. I hope that looks good to you guys, because yeah, it's booger-tastic, but it's not popcorning, it's just boogery, and that's just about control. But you know, I'm getting the pool in place, etc., etc. It doesn't look too bad. I did leave some pinholes, but I'll get them. Ready? Come on. I'm gonna move my grounding strap a lot closer. All right, I'm gonna move back a little ways, and I'm just gonna, this is not plugging anything, I'm just gonna fill in some material here. It's just so when we go to grind this down with the grinding wheel, because we absolutely will, I'm just gonna make it look nice. Yeah, see, that was good. Those are good when I, those are pretty good welds. I'm just, yeah, my, it's just my hands, man. Just can't get my hands to do exactly what I want, but that's okay. All right, I'm gonna move back to the other side, guys. We sufficiently ground the snot out of that thing. It's just, leave that down there. All right, I'm gonna get out the other side now. Trying to see if I can move you. Guys, I mean, yeah. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna move the camera. I was thinking about it, you know, move it, don't move it. Yeah, we should. All right, you're gonna go for a ride real quick. All right, I'm gonna get in here, we're gonna seam it. Ready? That wasn't bad, dudes. I really slowed it down. Really slowed down. Yeah. All right. Check that out. Looks like I missed a little bit, but you know. All right, ready, guys? You're gonna have a front row seat. I can see around the camera, don't worry. I missed. That was me. I missed it. I missed it and I melted too much off. We got a stack now because I screwed that up, but that's okay. I got to build all the material back up. Just got to fill in that little hole on the side. Like I said, I ain't no welder. We're learning. So if this looks like clown shoes, you're absolutely right. Man, it really sucks that I screwed that part up because the first part is really nice. It's perfectly consistent until about there. And then I screwed up. So there's a little, here, let me get at it with the wire brush. Yeah, a little bit of spatter right there. But yeah. Now, I'm really worried about this. This is a huge gap, but it is what it be. All right, I'm gonna tack this into place. Messed up. Didn't get it right. Anyway, what do you guys think of this? That was pretty good, right? This, I don't, just ignore that part. But that little guy, I wouldn't worry about that little guy. How'd I do there? The first part though. OLM vent, cool. They want 76 launches a year out of LC-37 for Starship. Sent you the draft environmental review. Oh, nice. Very good. Yeah, I'd say about like the first 3/4 of an inch of that can't see me. I had that dialed in, and then you can actually see where I slipped. Grog, yeah, I'm gonna grind it down, and if there's pinholes, I'll do it again too, because it's about learning, man. We definitely know that that piece is not going anywhere. I put enough freaking material on it, but like, here's the thing I'm learning about welding. Unless you're doing like trying to do some additive manufacturing nonsense like we were doing 2 days ago, the least amount of weld that you can use to do the most amount of binding things together is ideally what you're going for. Am I in the ballpark here? Nothing a little bit of grinding won't fix. Exactly. Well, you're doing exactly what I saw in my head a few days ago. Looks like it's working. Yep. See that gap though, right by the armpit? That's gonna suck. This is gonna be a globby mess. I'm gonna have to run 2 or 3 of this over each other to get it to blend. But that's okay. That was my intention. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it, dudes. So, next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to build up a bead in here. And then when I get to here, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I'm going to have to slather in more material because I suck. But, yeah. All right, ready? Yeah, we're really going to need to build this up, but that's okay. I slipped. That was me. That was my fault. So I think I'm going to run a bead diagonally up this way. Actually, you know what? The more I can get down on the bottom here, the less likely I'll have to weld upside down. So I'm just going to build up a lot of material here. You can only build up so much material so quickly, or else it'll create, the slag pool will actually fall. It almost did there. See that? See, it looks like a drop. Like I said, it's booger welded to snot. I understand this. Don't worry about it. Almost got it. I almost bridged the pool. Ready? There we go. There we go. Oh man. There we go. Just a little mark right there where a little hole with where the grinding wheel was. So just okay. Okay, I see how you do this. All right, let's fill in the rest of the gap here. Nope, come on. Why? Why aren't you taking? Stop that. Maybe I gotta wire brush it. I gotta wire brush that boogery mess. We're not getting a good connection. Uh-oh. Do not tell me I am out of wire. Oh no. Dude, we had a lot yesterday. The other day when we checked. The wire isn't feeding, dudes. I gotta check the welder. We're out of wire. Out of ammo. Yep, ran out. I should have got some yesterday. Wasn't thinking. I gotta get some. Great job. Better, dude. I can't see. I see what you're saying now. I mean, you told me like 40 or 50 times. Dude, you gotta really like. It doesn't seem intuitive, but you gotta get that thing as close as possible. Like even if it means resting the cup, like on the metal, that's okay. It doesn't screw it up. Like for some reason in my mind it was like, oh, don't have the cup touch the metal. No, no, you can just put your hand there and go instead. Take us with you. Nah. Nah, I'm not showing you where I live, dude. Sorry. Can you DoorDash welding wire? Tell Bree to go get it. I think she's working though. I noticed the wire wheel was not, it was not, like it stopped, like my speed was going down, and that's basically just because it pulled the thing taut. Frost line is on the booster. How about we check out the new EIS? Well, Creeper, here's what we'll do. Let me think. So we got to get welding wire. I want to check that EIS out before the flame trench, etc., etc. It's 1:30 now. We have till 4:30 to screw around. The 37 document is insane. Cool, cool. I might take the break now. Take the break now. Well, I'm gonna have to take another break before flame trench to take a shower and stuff. But yeah, we take 5 like right now. Go audio only for 5 minutes. I don't. Nah, I'm good. I don't want to do it. It's just going to complicate things. We're going to spend we'll spend a ton of time trying to figure out how to do it. And by the time we figure out how to do it, I just could have gone and gotten wire. But yeah, dude, look, I get it. I had a huge, not breakthrough, but it's making a lot more sense. You have to get that thing, you have to get it close, and you have to go slow. You're like going this slow. You just slow down, and when you slow down, it's easier to do the cursive E or do the C and go back and forth like this. You have to be very, very careful. I mean, it's still boogery, but it's getting less boogery. Like, even that last weld that I just did a second ago. See the pool? See how uniform that pool is? Right there and right there. That's great. That's real good. I get it. I get it. You really gotta, you know. Okay. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. The hardware store's down the street. That's the other reason. It's not long. It's not far away. I'll put you guys on the starter screen, and we'll play some music. I'll be back in a second, okay? Put NSF up. As a welder, you make a good streamer. Right. Get a chilled beverage and a snack. Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Close the gas. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I'll put SBL on. Here. All right. Here you go. EJ, we'll be right back a second. All right. There you go. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. You guys tell me if the booter goes. And I will turn off the welding gas. Oh, all right. Give it a fake EJ. There we go. Hello. I am back. Did I miss anything? Did she go? I don't think. That doesn't look like it. No? Nothing? You didn't miss it? Oh, that's good. Did you get your juju bees? Wait, what? Fake EJ is the one with no sunglasses. I have my stealth sunglasses on. Oh, no, I didn't get them. Sorry, you didn't tell me. We're looking at the environmental review. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll stop 30 minutes before I need to leave for Flame Church. We'll stop at 4. I want to finish this, Trey. I want to get that piece welded in. So, let's go back out into the shop. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. I will keep SBL up so we can listen in. Send you a quick rundown on the pages of the EIS. All right, I'll check that out. I got to check that out. Catching!
Discovery,
9613 sub, thank you. I'm going to the garage.
Hey, friend all. How are you guys doing? Yeah, hi Bay Uno. Dean, I don't know if you're over in the YouTube chat, but you said buy a face mask, so I did. It was right next to all the welding supplies, so I was like, oh, that's there. Yeah, neat. Any opinion on the apparently failed Japanese moon landing? It exploded. Well, didn't explode. It hit the ground really, really fast and then exploded. Opinion on it? I don't know. Low cost, low risk, high reward. So send another one. Send another one. It's a Japanese-American company. They have no experience doing this. So, send another one. Get the experience. Failures happen. Just keep going. Never give up. Never give up. The impact is certainly not soft. Yeah, Shrub. Can't believe we're going to have 5 pads by 2027. Is that what that EIR actually says, dude? Wow. That's it's pretty good, man. You don't fail, you find out what doesn't work. Exactly, dude. Sweet. Now we have a face shield. Ho, ho, ho. I also got a Gatorade. We got Gatorade Red. We got a fruit punch. No, you can't have any. It's mine. Gatorade not only quenches your thirst better, tastes better too, chat. Gatorade. Gatorade. Stand by for loss of signal. Gatorade. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. No, stop saying that. You're bad people. I forbid you to talk to that enchantress. She's the devil. She's not the devil. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. I never said she was the devil. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. Oh, please don't hurt me. Hike. All right, I also got new wire. I got a Super Arc. 0.9 millimeter, 35 thousandths of an inch. Le Super Arc. So we're gonna turn the gas off while we're feeding the new wire. And then we're gonna feed the new wire. Be careful not to touch this wire. Oh, sweet. Now toss the bottle and take a leak. Summer car is more realistic than you think. This Lamborghini is faster than you think. Nose. Okay. So we have a Le Super Arc, the ever popular Mark. So we have our spindle, the wire on the spindle, and then you have a little chuck right here. You gotta feed the wire, feed le wire through le chuck, le gork. Oh, this is such a pain in the butt. I don't know why I'm French all of a sudden. Potato. Potato. All right, now set the gauge to 3.5. Gas is off. Then we got to sit here and let it feed. We gotta let it feed until we see it pop out. You know what? We'll take the edge off of this thing. Clean everything up here. You just have to wait for it to pop out. Static fire just happened? All right, static fire jump scare. Hell yeah. Let me go see. Okay, welder's good to go. Be right back.
I said the rumble. It looks like NSF's camera's screwed up a little bit, but hey, whatever. That was nice. Very good. One more time. One more time. Mint. Sweet. How to reheat lasagna in less than 5 seconds. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Like 10's gonna happen sooner than we think, dudes. All right.
Okay. So I am going to head back out to the office. Where did lasagna go? That's right, it went into the OLM hole. They want to construct 37 to only last 12 months, building 2 pads. They want 37 construction to last 12 months, build 2 pads and the infrastructure to support it. Mint. Mint. The lasagna hit danger van. Oh wait, no, that was concrete. That was concrete, dudes, not lasagna. Don't get confused. All right, back to welding. Remember to put the welding wire into the car hole. Good idea. Dude. Cool, man. Another static fire. Can you believe that? All right, let's get back to what we were doing. That's what I was working on with my poopy doopy booger welds. Hang on, there we go. All right. See those welds? Aren't they nice? Just gotta put my gloves on. Hey, if it's below the frame rail, it's legit. It counts, Bellum. Okay? Okay. Welder on. Gas on. Verify our gas pressure. Yep. Gas pressure is good. Just listen. Ready? We should hear the... Yep, we're good. New wire. Let's go. All right, so where we last left off, I had to fill... We have to fill in right there. And the first thing we do is short the damn welder. You bastard. I wonder why that happened. Let me move the grounding strap closer. I find that fixes it. I tripped a breaker. Off to a good restart. Yeah, no, it's fine. Oops. I flipped the wrong breaker. Whoops. I flipped the wrong one. Are you guys still alive? Wow. Wow. Here, how about now? How about now? Oops. Hey, we're back. Damn it. There we are, we're back. Alive but wounded. I flipped the wrong one. It looks like I flipped it back real quick and it didn't shut off the computer, which is good. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again with less shorting out this time. Cutting pliers. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, all right, I think I built up enough material over here. The next thing we got to do is just bend this. I gotta bend it and then I'll tack it up at the top. I think we're gonna bend and tack, and we could get away with it, but here, ready? Can't get a good spot. Give me 1 second. Man, those tacks suck. That one is awful. That one's good. Tripped it again. With the means. And no buy. I rushed that one. I slipped. You can see I slipped up the side. The rest of those look good though. Yeah. I'm gonna flip the right breaker this time, I swear. Try to start the weld without the wire touching about 1/8 away from the work. Yeah, watch him flip the master somehow. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I ain't gonna make that mistake. Okay. All right. That's boogie. Let's fix that tack. There we go. There we go. See how I got it to bridge? Very nice. Okay, now the seam. I gotta cut the wire. Let me just double check on the other side, make sure everything is copacetic over there. Yep, yeah, we're good. All right. Let me just cut this up a little bit. There we go. Cool. All right, ready? Yeah, I missed it. I missed the seam and I ended up melting a bunch against the plate. That's why it has that big glob right there. This gap is a little big, dudes, but we can get it. There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna move down a little ways. How's that? How's that? That's how you do this. That's how you do it, dude. I think we had a breakthrough today. I think we had a breakthrough. I think so. Ready? Let me get at the rest of this. I think we had a breakthrough. I think we had a breakthrough. I see how to do this. Okay, I'm getting it. Here, let's finish up this seam. No, 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 no. What do you mean? Freaking breaker. I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe we gotta let the welder chill for a second, dudes. I guess I don't know what we're doing, huh? I see. I get it though. I get it. It makes a lot more sense. I mean, like, look at the difference left to right, dude. You have anything else running on that circuit? No. It's the duty cycle on the welder, I think. Yeah, I got to get 240 out here, dude. We just got to wait a second. That's all. Just replace the breaker with a piece of metal. Yeah. How many amps is the breaker? 20 amp. 20 amp breaker, Lincoln 180i welder. You're not an electrician, be quiet. No, it's 20 amp circuit. I have a 180i welder. It's plugged in a regular outlet, dudes. That's the problem. I'm working on ways to get 240 out here. I can get 240 out here. I have a double breaker. The 50 amp breaker the main breaker going into the shop is a double. If it's a double, there's 240 out here. You can get 240. So it's just a matter of wiring up the outlet and stuff, something that I'm not going to do because I don't know. I know how to do that, but I don't know how to do that. I'd prefer somebody come in here and wire it correctly so I don't burn the garage down, you know? Like, the breaker's getting weaker the more it trips too. It's really simple. Yeah, sure. You want me to come out and do it? No, I don't. I'll just hire a licensed electrician. Let's finish this. That should be enough to cool the sucker off. You know what, dudes? There might be other stuff plugged into that. No, I don't think so. I think it's fine. You know, I'm trying to remember the wiring for this building. That might be plugged into the same circuit as the air conditioner in the other room in the office, so you know what? Let's try a different outlet. Yeah, that I think it. In fact, I think it is because there's conduit that goes into the office from here. I forgot about that. I forgot that that's what it was doing. So that would certainly explain it. So as a trial, we will go and try to plug it into something else. I'll plug it in on a circuit that I know is clean. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on. Yeah, I think so. Let me get an extension cord. I have an extension cord over here. And we will plug her into circuit 5. So circuit 5 has the bench grinder. It has the bench grinder. It has power strip going into it with nothing plugged into it. It has the drill press, and that's it. I'm positive of that one. So as long as the bench grinder, no one uses the bench grinder, and the drill press is at the same time as the welder, I think we will be all right. Okay. Turn that bad boy back on. Just make sure my air conditioner isn't fried. No, it's working. All right, cool. Sweet. If the AC unit keeps getting randomly shut down, it's not great for the compressor. Yeah. Not much we can do at this point except change the circuit, right? Like, hey, Chief, I'm doing all right. Yeah, okay, Evan. The whole shop is not on a single 20 amp. It's 50 amp going into 20s. Dudes, nature's calling. I got to take a dump. I gotta take a dump. I'll be right back. It's a double 50 breaker, Doom. Main breaker for the shop's double 50. And then about all the circuits are on 20 amp. All the outlets are GD, I think, no, they're not GDI. That's inside the house. Yep. I'll be right back. I gotta go take a dump. I know you guys wanted to hear this information. I'll be right back. We'll finish the welding when I'm back. Dudes, sorry I didn't put on Starbase Live or anything. That was urgent. Make it fast, make it urgent. That was something that needed to, get done. It's not good to add resistance to the input of a welder. Please remove the extension cord to keep the welder healthy. I don't think I have a long enough cord, bud. I'll see if I can move it around. Yeah, I didn't like plugging it on an extension cord anyway, so let me shut her down. Shut it down. Shut it down now. Oh, that's good. Just knocked over the camera and pretty much everything else. Great, 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 great. Is it fine? Oh, I hit the tripod first. We're good. Stupid freaking wires everywhere. Can't see me. This is your fault. You made me knock over my camera. It didn't break though, so. Okay. All right. This car work is costing a lot of cameras. I'm not getting an input from it. Oh, I swear to Christ. Come on. Okay, the HDMI cord came unplugged. Oh, you motherfucker. There we go. Okay, all right. Fucking metal. Got stuck to my foot, dude. Like the metal was sharp and it got stuck in the boot. It's really not metal, it's just rust, but it's my pile of scrap right now. Okay. All right. The welder's not on an extension cord anymore. Let's go. I'm putting the welding mask on. I put on my wizard cap. I mean welding mask. Somehow the feed is clear. Wrap the camera body in a pool noodle. Where the heck am I going to get a pool noodle? If you say the pool store, I will kick you in the nuts in Minecraft. Okay? Yeah, okay. All right. The pool noodle store. Oh, okay. I put on my welding hat and robe. Sidewinder, you got it. From your pool. All right. Let's get the gloves on. Gas is on. Welder is on. Let's see if it decides to zonk out on us. All right. Let's go. Let's finish up this seam. Ready? Except for that little, my hand slipping and clicking the thing at the end. It's pretty good. Okay. Now for the real challenge. Oh, your boy's getting better. Your boy's getting better. Just got to finish up that patch up there. Oh, shoot. Uh-oh. Happy learned how to putt. Uh-oh. Got a couple of pinholes. A little bit more. Oh, yeah. Yeah, your boy got this. All right, I'm gonna build up some material here. Just when we go to grind it down, I don't want to overdo it, so. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That looks pretty damn good, dude. Uh-oh. We're getting it. We're getting it, chat. We're doing it. We're doing it, Harry. We're doing it. Sick. I might turn the voltage just a little bit down. See how we're tempering everything? Might want to turn it down just a smidge, but I think we're putting in a lot of heat into this, but dude, when we get back at that with the grinder, I'll make that look real good. Let's go around the other side, around the other side, around the other side, around the other side. It's pen doom? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Okay, So we got to build up a lot of material here and then zip that way. Got to build up a lot of material because I'm still learning this, but we're getting better. Okay, ready? Good. I'm telling you guys, it clicked. I got it. I know I could, my hands just started doing it. Okay? Okay, my hands just, they just started, doing things. And then I realized that, you can just do things and, it's good. All right. Okay, Hans, you ready? This is a little bit hard because it's upside down, but I'm welding upside down. But let's keep going. I got zapped by a bit of hot slag. I gotta cut the tip.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle.
Tranquility Base here, what's that?
There's an issue with the cam.
There's an issue with the camera? Thanks, guys. What's wrong with it? Did it go out?
Tranquility Base
Shoot.
here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey boss, camera down.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for letting me know. Come on. Oh. It's just the wire. The wire wasn't all the way in. We're good. There you go. Ernock, AOS, thank you. Welder sounds a lot happier on that circuit. Yeah, I got the protection plan on this thing for this exact reason, just in case this happens. All right, let's keep going. Dude, I'm telling you, like just like the circuit breaker going out, a switch flipped in my head. Now I see it. You gotta. It's hard to explain. You gotta kind of hold the welder there for a second and then let the pool form. I guess if that makes any sense, dudes. No Nike shirt. No Nike shirt. We don't have that. The Nikkei. Yeah, it's hard to explain. You kind of have to let it, you have to let the welder kind of sit there for a second and then make the pool. And then once the pool is established, then you move. Like, that's not like any welding tips that anybody told me. That's what I'm seeing here. No, Paul, it's 0.9 mil. Yeah, you kind of have to. You have to sit there for a second and let it build. Let the pool build up. And once the pool is built, then move. It like you can see it. You'll see the hot metal like kind of coagulate, I guess. Coagulate. And then like you got to be sure when you go through, like when you're done, don't pull it away and then let go of the trigger. You got to hold it there, let go of the trigger, and then pull it away. That'll get you a good end to your weld. That's what I'm getting from this. Okay, let's go. Ready? See, let the pool go. And then just slowly move back and forth. How's that? How's that? Here. Hang on, the light. Give me one moment. That's the one I just did. Don't worry about that thing at the top. See that? I get it now. I get it. Yeah. It's the process. But look at that sucker. How's that? Don't ignore the little poopy drop at the top. That was an old pinhole tack. See what I mean? That's what you got to do. What's that little? How's that? Am I in the ballpark, chat? Is that good? I'm checking chat real quick. Yeah? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Dude, it clicked. It clicked in my head. Like I can't see me. You kept telling me, move it closer, slow down, move it closer. And I did it, and then I saw it, and it just was like, and then, yeah, dude, I got it. We're good. Thank you for bearing with me. I know it took me a second. 5 more amps, you think, Team DX? Okay. All right. Now fine tune the quality a bit. It's a bit pronounced, barely a little faster travel speed, okay? Have you played with push-pull MIG welding yet? I'm pulling this upside down right now, Evan. And also, Evan, long time no see, dude. I've seen you pop back in, dude. It's good to see you. How you doing? Still flying planes or what? It's been a long time, man. I saw you pop in a couple of days ago. I'm like, Evan, man, I know that. Oh, yeah. Could be a bit hotter, higher amps. Okay, why? Why higher amps? What you look at that, what is that? How can you tell higher amps? Needs a little more melt on the edges. I'd recommend a hammer to close up the gaps as you go section to section. What is a hammer? Another thing, each tower at 37 is 36 meters taller than previous towers, 182 meters in total. Okay. Dude, when I was on the toilet, I looked at those. Trey, I I was about to say pinched a loaf and sneaked a look at the picture of the pad design. Oh, baby. Carstream Hype, what's up, Postal? So what is that? What tells you about that weld that I need more amperes? Low penetration on the frame looks like a cold weld. Okay. You don't want mountains, but hills. Okay. Actual hammer, yes, to hammer the edges closer. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm... Robert, I'm stupid.
Go and throttle up.
You actually want me to hammer that edge up. Okay. It's mostly welded in place at this point, so I'll just keep bridging it. But yes, that what I did do a lot of hammering before. Audio desync. All right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec. Stop sniffing those fumes. I can't help it. It's so good. They taste so good. Best. Wire brush to keep it clean. I have the brush. Yeah. We're in sync. All right, cool. Yeah, I sneaked a picture at the the Pad 37 design. Saw my message to resync. I just did like 15 seconds ago. Like, are you serious? I just did that, unless there's something wrong. I mean, the Discord, yeah, I know about that. We're not doing that now. I want to finish this. All right, I will crank up the weld a little bit. So on a Lincoln 180i MPDV, we're at voltage level C. I'm gonna move us up a quarter of the way between C and D. Just a little bit more amps. Way too low? Oh. Where should I be? Where do you want me to be? What you're doing is looking good. Now push that, but now push that making layer flatter bead. Okay. Bang that gap closer. All right. Huh. Okay. You know what, dudes? I saw a table when we went and replaced the wire feed. I saw a table on the inside of the welder, and I knew it was there, but let me check to see what it says. We are welding 16 gauge right now, which is 60 thousandths of an inch. And we are using Super Arc L56 35. For 16 gauge, it's looking for voltage D. Okay, I'm gonna turn it to that. So it looks like you guys were right. D and wire speed 4. Cool. And then push the thing. I'll do that. Let me get my shaping hammer as well. Dude, we got a breakthrough. Holy crap. Dude, like, I didn't expect this to happen like this. It just kind of clicked in my head, and I'm like, oh, that's how you do that. Okay, let's get back in there. All right, you guys are gonna zoom out just a little bit. We're gonna take my shaping hammer and just there we go. Okay. Just got to find a good spot for the light. Aziz, light. Much better. Thank you, Aziz. All right, we have our upgraded voltage settings. We hammered the sucker into place. Let me just get into a comfortable welding position. Okay, so push and pull. Let's see what we got. I went a little too fast at the end. Oh. Oh, wow. Huh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That was this right here. I went a little too fast at the end. Okay, we got to get the very edge there. Was that better, worse? I'm checking chat now. By George, I think he's got it. All right. Yeah, wait a moment before starting to move. Yeah, dude, I'm getting it. You gotta sit there and let the pool do its thing for a second. I get it. Yeah, Doom, I see it. I see it. It's just, it took me a second. It took my monkey brain a second to figure it out. Dude, holy balls. This is, when you get it, you get it. All right. We just got to zip that last part in. Okay, ready? This is not comfortable at all. You guys might have to just move for a second. I think I can get away with that. There. Okay, ready? I kind of screwed up at the end. Right there, I kind of messed up. Here, take a look. All right. It's not bad. It'll hold. But, fellas, I got to, for the last part here, I need to, I need to get at it at a weird angle. So you guys are just going to have to sit back here for a second. Get the fucking tape measure. All right. So I got to go across the top. Actually, you know what? I can get you guys on a better camera angle. Hold up. Hold up. Just give me a second, okay? Yeah, we can go back to this position here. You guys still got signal over there? All right, I'm just gonna check the chat before we do this. Look at the heat in the plate. Yeah, that's good, right? It's good pen, and it penned all the way. The eighth inch plate of steel is behind that thing, dude. Yeah, you could see where I screwed up at the very end. That weld sounded good. Excellent. Excellent, dudes. All right, let me get in here. I'm gonna weld it from this side. I shouldn't have dropped that. Looks like I blew through a little bit at the top there. I'm gonna run a bead across here, okay? I got my brush this time. Just trying to find the right move. Okay, ready? Slag. I blew through. Damn it, we introduced way too much heat. The weld was looking good though, but it looks like we blew out a bit of that frame rail. There must have been a little pitted spot right there. I'm gonna have to build the bead back up. The bead fell. It fell. That's what happened, chat. It's just a really weird spot, man. It's a weird spot because there's nothing to lean up against. There's just the wheel well at this point. Okay. I think I held it in one spot for too long, dudes. Okay, ready? We're going at it again. Think I put enough heat into that thing? Look at that. Oh, yeah, dude. Very nice. That's what we want, right? That looks real smooth. Did I get it right, dudes? I mean, I screwed up over there where we blew through, but that... there's a little bit of a hole. Whatever. Let me, let's patch it up. Okay. Piece of slag fell. Again. Damn it. Freaking welding upside down, dude. Ugh. Yeah, I'm trying to build the pool up and it just keeps falling. Yeah, looks like there's a little bit of bad frame rail there, but that's okay. Got it. I got it that time. Maybe not. I didn't get all of it. The angle is what's killing me here, dudes. Like, I don't know how to... I know what I need to do, but I can't move my arms in the right spot to get the right angle at this thing. See, I blew out some of the frame rail there. I'm just trying to build up material again. Get it right. There we go, I bridged it. There's a couple of pinholes up there. Just a couple. Ready? This is just going to be a tack weld. Got it. Nailed it. There's a little, hang on, we got to get the wire brush, dudes. There's some bad spots on either side. I'm gonna get this one first. Okay. And then I gotta go around to the other side. Around the other side, around the other side. Grind it first now? Yeah, I can see some grinding in my future. Yep. Well, I have the flap discs ready. Hi, I'm everything and I just like getting stuck in the way, like everything is in the way. That's great, good. That's right, it goes in the everything hole. I can't get at it. I can't get at it. There's too much crap in the way and too much stuff is hitting the helmet. Fuck off my head. Okay, I see where I need to go. There's just brake lines and everything that's all undone back here. There's the fuel line, don't worry, it's purged out. I'm not trying to blow myself up here. There's just, yeah, there's just stuff everywhere and the helmet gets caught on it. And it's really annoying. Okay, ready? There we go. There we go, I got it. All right. The weld seems to be going through most of the back of this thing. There's a little pinhole right there. Hold on, I can see through just a little bit. I'm just going to try to patch that from the back, guys. There we go. I seamed it on the back, dudes. You got to check this out. I'm going to have to check that out. You mean the guy that plays the guitar and died in the helicopter crash? Nope, that's Stevie Ray Vaughan. Steamy Ray Vaughan just gets up there and poops his pants. How's that, dudes? How's that? Some kind of britches holocaust up there. I have to check that out. That's a weld. Do it all from the top, reduce water collection. Yep. I'd like to recommend Cubitron grinding pads. They are much cheaper than normal grinding stone wheels. I use flap discs, man. Damn smooth weld. Connor, my hand, dude, it's weird, dude. I was telling you, like just this, like earlier in this stream, I was like, nah, my hands just don't do the right thing. It just clicked. It was weird. It's like I leveled up or something. Forgot to steal it. I forgot to steal at the back of the panel. Well, the only solution is to fill that all in with weld. Practice on scrap. Yeah, McGillicuddy, that's what this car is. We're good. You can lower the wire feed a small tad, but this is really good. Cool. Yeah. Just, I felt that too. Just a little bit. Just a smidge. Wow. Dudes, that's it's pretty good. Pretty good, man. Just a skosh. Yep. It's magic, not a talent. Dude, I friggin' did. I'm telling you, we leveled up. It wasn't clicking right in my head this morning. Now I got it. Now I got it. I mean, that was with you guys' help, though. I'm not some savant here with this stuff. You guys told me what to do, and we did it, and then it worked. Gee, that's weird. It's real strange. Good. Time is it? 3:15? We are not trolls. No, I never thought you were. Shall we get at this thing with the grinding wheel? You should listen to us more often. No, shut up. No. It depends, okay? It depends. Kind of want to go ham with the welder even more, just so I can lock this technique into my head. And by technique, I mean the right way to do it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Give me one sec. Just changing up the camera angles. All right. Time for a shower. Good luck with the rest of the welding. I'll see you in a bit. Yep. All right. I'm going to zap up the interior of this. I got three-hour stints to finish the classes off. Oh, you got it. It's the frame rail, Moo. I patched the frame rail. Just for easy access later, I'm going to leave the grinding wheel, the flap disc down here. Get the flap disc and flap disc is on the grinding wheel. Let me get my cutter and the wire brush. And yeah, we'll fill in up against those the 1/8 inch plate. Try to clean it first. All right. Let me get the vacuum. I'll have to check that out. Okay, vacuum cleaner in there. Try to get all that other schmutz out of there. Okay. Dude, I'm so happy. I just want to sit here and weld all day now that I know what I'm doing. Now that I got it figured out. But it's all right. Take your welding hat off and cool down a bit. Peter, I'm good, man, honestly. Remember, the favor of the side metal is thicker and try to avoid blowing through the patch. Yep. All right. Yeah, Peter, I'm good. I'm good. I'm set to jet. I'm all right, bro. Thank you. Clean, fill the holes in, repeat. Yep. On the outside. But here I don't think we need to worry about that as much. All right. That was me blowing it out, don't worry. It's not a good angle. I don't like that angle. There's a huge gap. It looks like the bumper, the 1/8 inch steel bumper bracket that we've been using, kind of bent up a little bit. Maybe that's my fault, but I don't know. Here, let's try to get at the top of it. The hell? Wire ain't coming out, guys. I don't know if we bound up the wiring wheel. Hold on, I gotta check the welder. Oh, for the love of God, what the hell happened here? My wire is tied in a knot. Oh, I'm not showing this on stream. Oh, Jesus. What the frick? What happened? Why? Oh my goodness. What? Oh my God. How did it tie itself in a knot? Okay, this is, I don't know what happened here. I don't understand. The wire in the welder, the wire wheel in the feed. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted, but I don't. Where's the cutter? Cutter? Check that the gun tip isn't blocked. It's not. This is in a knot. That was the first thing I checked, dude. No. Stop coming on. Fucking hell. Stop it. Stop. It's slinking on me. Stay. It tied itself into a damn knot. I've never seen this. This has never happened to me. Let me just cut it before the feeder wheel. Got it. Look, dudes. Check this out. I'll go to the other camera. It tied itself into a knot. How the hell does that happen? Like, it's a knot. Like, that would only happen to me. That would only happen to me. Like, okay. I got control of the spool. Spool Quilex. I mean Aquilex. Aqua Spool Quilex. Okay. I gotta close the gas. And we gotta feed the new wire.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
The old wire's stuck. It's stuck in the gun. It might be stuck. It's hard to say. It's not hard to say. Shit. Okay, give me 1 sec, dudes. I gotta figure this out. Which sucks because that's time that we're not finishing this fricking thing. I pulled it a little bit. Is this coming out? Oh, shoot. It might be stuck. Now we got to take this apart. Shut the welder off. So there's a bob, like where I last did it, it left a little, the flux started to melt and it made like a spherical thing on the end of the wire. Yeah, it's, gotta pull this frickin' thing apart. There we go. I got it. We got it. Saved. I got it. Now I just got to pull it through. Or it'd probably be better to pull it back. Pull it back through. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. It's stuck. It's stuck. It's not going. But you know what? Let's try one more thing. It's not one thing, it's another. Yep. See my last 3 and consider yourself chewed out. Need a little drag for the feed wheels to overcome, and the welder should be off when that cover is open. Okay. Okay, so I got a little bit to stick out here, and come on. Oh, I got it. That sucked. That wasn't fun. Don't do that. Make sure your wire doesn't get twisted. All right, so let me set the chuck here. Okay. You can't see me. We are in business. Moving the lower part down. Set. Making sure this thing isn't spooling over. Turn the welder back on. Close that. No gas right now. Now we wait. Untangle the welder cable. I was about to blow into this thing. It's just there's schmutz in the thing. Give me 1 second. Let me shut it off. How's that? Better? Worse? Four by four. No, it's two-wheel drive. There we go. We got bead. Shut the welder off. Let me make sure this isn't all tangled up. Okay, is this okay? Are we good? Hold on. Okay, how's this? How's this? Better? Okay, have fun. Bye. Bye. You want to be famous? Thanks. Go shopping. Is it the tank farm? That's what handling loose wire. I'm just looking out. It's easy to get frustrated, forget safety. Starbase is loud. All right, I'll turn it down. Booster 15 just doing its thing, huh? All right, there we go. You wouldn't hear it. You're not going to hear it no more. Are we good? They did a static fire about an hour and a half ago. Good? All right. So the welder's fixed. We should, you know what? I'll weld the back of this later.
This is space. I'm in
Whoa,
space.
hey. Nova gifted a sub to Corn _ All right. Let's go. Corn is very interesting. You did a great job, fix the welder. Oh.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I have a Polish friend who has a job as a sound engineer. I have a check 1 2.
Let's get the flap disc and let's get going.
This is space. I'm in space.
I got a face mask. Pretty cool, right? My mom says I need it. All right, let's get in there with the grinder instead. We'll fix the outsides, or fix the inside of this later. Let's make the outside of this look good before we get the inside figured out. So, closing off the gas, welder's off. I had a breakthrough, dudes. We had a breakthrough with the welder. I'm so happy. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. Will you use rivets? Rivets? Why? Or weld positioners? I have Cleco's, BMO, if that's what you're asking. Hot metal gluing, yep. Dude, that last weld that we did was, the last one that I did on the inside of the frame rail. It's pretty damn good, dude. I don't know, should we finish welding or should we, what time is it? We got about 20 minutes. Should we finish welding? Let's get grinding. I see more grinding than welding. Let's go. All right. Gee, if I want to get the outside of the frame rail looking good before we start getting at the inside. So I'm going to adjust your, stay still for a second. I'm just adjusting your tripod. Relax. All right, let's make this look pretty. Actually, you know what? You guys are gonna take the this spot right here. That's the spot that you're going. There we go. Now we adjust the lighting so you guys can see what you are doing. And we get the flap disc. Almost there, almost got it blended. You know, this is really nice when nothing hits you in the face. You know, this face shield's pretty good. Okay, it's a little wavy right there. Yeah, it looks like to get this to, this is more about looking nice at this point, because this thing is definitely solid. It looks like I just gotta fill in more material there. Which won't be a problem now because we're good at that. Sorry, I got sweaty. Yeah, okay. I've almost got this entire side smoothed out. It looks like we just got to fill it in with a little bit of stuff over here. I don't know how well you guys are seeing this. Over here, just some gaps to fill in. Might be able to grind it a little bit smoother. Hold on. I got a little bit out of there, but dude, where the flap was, you can't even see it. You can't even see where that was, which is pretty sick. There's a couple of pinholes here and there, but that's just mostly because I didn't know what I was doing at the time when I welded this. Getting there though. Hands are getting a little tired, dudes. That's all. Dude, we're already starting to see the fruits of our labor here. This looks like it's one piece, because it is, but it's pretty cool. Oh man, there's just a couple of little pinholes, but that looks, if you know, we got to fill in a couple of weird spots, dudes, but that looks like one piece now. Like I said, because it is, but it's still cool. That's wicked, man. Wicked. Yeah. Let me get the other side, dudes. But yeah, it's pretty hot on this side. I think I may have overheated it. I think I may have ground off too much of my plate. It's okay. I'll get it. Yeah, I blew through. I went too hard right here. That's my fault. I screwed up. I blew through my own stupid bracket. Sorry, guys. Well, that sucks. Yep, look. What the frick? What am I doing? I took off too much material, guys. In fact, I took off all of the material. We're back to square one. Well, not square one, but... that sucks. Oh well, whatever. I know what I'm doing now, so I can fill that. That's no big deal. It's just that it's more work. That's all. Other than that, though, the rest of this is looking good. I got to fill in a little bit here. We got to smooth that over. But yeah, I took too much off. I blew through the plate that we fabricated. I'm annoyed because I just undid a lot of work, but it's all right, dudes. It's all right. Learning curve. I'll tell you, this frame rail is way more rigid now. It's really, before you could do this a lot easier. Now you can't. You can't really move it back and forth. I'm bumming about that, man. I screwed that all up. That was my fault. I went ham with the damn grinder. Oh well. Treating it like body work, most would call it. Oh, it's got to look good, man. What time is it? 3:55. All right. Yeah, let's get going. I got 5 more minutes, and then I want to look at that EIS with you guys. Let's get the other side, and let's not screw it up, huh? I can't believe I blew through. That blows. The reason why I want this to look good, dude, is because you can see this. You can see it. It's something that's visible when, you know, like, because it's, you know, you could see it driving down the road. You could see the frame rails on the car. It's behind the wheel, and I don't want it to look like dookie. I mean, maybe not the inner frame rail, but this outer one. Almost got this side all nice and clean, dudes. Almost. One final effort is all that remains. Bum, ba bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba bum, 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 bum. Okay, we're gonna need to go do another pass with the welder here, but I got most of this, and it looks like I blew through a little bit on that panel as well, which is fine, whatever, easy fix. Now that we know what the heck we're doing, it's just the top here that I really got to smooth out. But that's good enough. You won't see it from the side. I just want to make sure it looks good. It's just a little bit more there, not much. Yeah, just got to build up a little bit more material here, and then we'll zap it. Looks good though, dudes, huh? Looks real good. Yeah, a couple of voids we got to fill up. A couple of things here and there, but dude, I'm gaining knowledge on how to do this right at a pretty exponential rate. I'm pretty, like, yeah. That's a little bit better than what we had. I get that. It's good to see someone care about it and work through the frustration until it gets there. I'm kind of pissed that I blew through the panel that I spent 2 hours fabricating, but hey, whatever. It's okay. That just means it wasn't bent straight, which, you know, whatever. That's how you get good at welding. You do it. I think you might avoid the car's warranty. Iceman, I'm pretty sure that ship sailed probably about like a half century ago, maybe. Maybe. But dude, that thing is cherry. It's pretty good. I'm gonna hit it with Steel It, just so, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. You can leave it like that. But dude, that frame rail, like, I'll tell you, it is a lot harder to move it now. It was easy to kind of wiggle the thing back and forth. Now that, dude, I can feel the rigidity in this whole damn thing. And you know what's cool? You know what the good part about all this is? Like, I learned a lot doing that thing. I learned a lot doing that. And when we go to do the frame rail extensions and pretty much any other part of the car, man, I'm confident that I can seam weld right. I can do that. Compared to the rusty hole that was there 2 days ago. Yeah, exactly. That's, yeah, dude, it's pretty good. Here, hold up. Hi. See, I got to fill in some material there. I want this thing to, when we get done with it, see, I blew through again on both sides. Damn it. Yeah. Balls. When we're done, dude, I want this thing to look like we never were here. At least on the outside. On the inside, you'll see the dang backing plates, but I want it to look like we've never touched this. And if that means sitting here and adding more metal and grinding it down, whatever, so be it. Show the other side? Yeah. Sure, man. Give me one sec. I gotta get the light. Hold on. I'd really like to weld up the back side of this, but yeah, we'll get there. Like I said, it's not perfect, but if we were going to do this again, I would have done it completely different. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. Okay. My only real screw up was that I went through the plates that I made. I undid some of my work. Hey, creep. Fellas, do you think if we don't talk about that EIR, it'd probably be better to do it on the other side of the flame trench? Because I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, I'll allocate 30 minutes to talk about it, then I'll go do flame. It's probably better if we did it on the back side of flame trench, but before racing, because I got like an hour then. You know, we got a lot more time. That's what I call heavy metal. Pretty good, man. Pretty freaking good. Had a breakthrough with that damn welder. I'm so happy. You ever stare at it? Marvel at its beauty, its genius. What about us on the YouTube side? Will you start up for us too? Yeah. Armin, you're looking to get your hands on an MR2 Spider, strip out all the running gear, and then rebuild it into a single-seater track chassis. Do it. Yeah, slow but steady progress, man. But now that I'm way more confident in my seam welding ability, yeah, I'm way more confident now. We good. Gotta get a little bit better at fabrication, but good, man. Very good. . There's a little wing nut down here, or there was a piece that is an exhaust hanger mount screw. Just put that back there. We're almost to the point, dude, where we're gonna clean that frame rail out for the last time, paint it, and then undercoat it. I'll probably just paint it for now. We'll undercoat it later. We'll undercoat it when the trunk's on there. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Cosmic, what's going on? Can't wait for a spicy flame trench today. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I don't have the garage space or the money, but it'll be easy once you get back to work. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, man. Armand, it took me a long time to get this place. Long time. I saved, and I saved, and I saved, and I saved. And then it was finding it. Even after that, you got to find the damn place. Lucky I found it. I mean, just want to look at it again. Would you just look at it? Actually, it's pretty good the way it is. We could just paint that. And if we had painted it and we undercoated it, the undercoating will fill it up. But except for the blown through panels, that's my fault. We'll just sit back in there and zap them up. Hey Flavio, what's going on? I got a wedgie. Sorry. I'm not. Pretty good, dudes. We're making the progress. We are making progress. So, before I go, we got about 15 minutes before we have to switch over for the flame trench. Before we go, let's recap. So that, because we didn't work on that yesterday, we're a little bit behind where I wanted to be. I wanted to have that thing completely buttoned up by the end of the week, but it's okay. If you guys don't mind, what I might do is just button that thing up. If I have some time over the weekend, I might just get in here quickly with the welder, just zap it up, clean it, and then I'll show it to you guys on Monday. Just one more weld, bro, yo. Bruh. I want to get that, we need that part of the frame done. We're a little bit behind. I wanted the leaf spring perch held. I wanted it back up and in position. There's some guy with a Jeep Trailhawk that always revs his engine when he goes by my house. That's very strange. Sure. Yeah. Spice extends life. Spice expands consciousness. Spice is vital to trenchy flaminess. Don't worry, you'll level back down in welding in time for Monday. No, I don't think I will, Aqualex. This is, schmuck, you might be right. Is it that neighbor? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's the guy that's behind the garage. No. That guy has a crappy old Chevy Blazer. Actually, they have like 10 cars up there. They have more cars than me, which is weird. I know that dude didn't like the dude that lived here before us. They didn't get along because the dude that I bought the house from told me. So I'm wondering if he doesn't know that dude moved and maybe he was being a prick because of that. In fact, I'm willing to guess that that's probably what's going on. But yeah, we haven't spoken to him since that day, since he said that thing to Bree. So I don't really care. I don't think about that guy. It's a waste of my time. So yeah, I might just zip up that frame rail and get it all painted and then show it to you, you know, get it steel coated and show it to you guys on Monday. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. So what we need to do next is the leaf spring hanger. We got to get the leaf spring hanger in position. That shouldn't be too hard. This should just be 4 or 5 plug welds. It should be, yeah, shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, we have all the, see those holes right there on the side of the frame? So this flange right here, let me zoom you guys out. This flange right here lines up with those 2 holes, right? And that flange, the front flange, lines up with those holes. So what we do, the idea was that a spot welder was supposed to get in here and pinch this thing, right? So, you know, what we do is take the drill 2 holes here, and drill 2 holes there, clean these edges off, and then plug weld it. And then we plug weld the top right there where there's already a hole. So if we get 2 plug welds on the side flanges, 2 and 2, and then I have to drill a hole here, and then we have to drill 2 holes there. We plug weld it from the bottom, and then I plug weld it on the top and pull the welds correctly because, you know, I know how to do that now. We will be sitting pretty, man. And then from there, you know, once this thing is hung, then we extend this back. We make the tabs and everything that we need. We'll plate back here. I'll drill 2 more holes here. And then we extend this back because the frame rail was roached from here back. We'll extend it back. Then we get the tabs, and we go back to the other side. We get the tabs over there. Then we're good. We're getting the really difficult parts out of the way, which is pretty cool. But yeah, we'll do that next week. We'll work on that on Monday. Oh man, I want to keep working. I want to keep doing this, but we got flame trench. No, Aqualex, I don't want to. How are we going to do that from the other side, man? How are we going to do it from the other side? We'd have to get the welder like up in here. Nah, I checked the welding thing. The welder fits. The welding head fits right through there. It's actually, dude, I'll show you. I'll just show you. It's easier. So check this out. Ready? Hang on. I have room to just move this dang thing all around. Look, so like when I go to do a plug weld, right, when we go to do the plug weld, I just move the back, we're gonna go up and around like that, and just swirl it, and then, yeah, see what I'm saying? We can do it. It's pretty easy. And the holes are there already. Like, those are from the factory. That's for the spot. It was for a spot welder, though. But yeah, that's the idea, dude. I think we'll be good. Excuse me. I'm just cleaning up the welder and stuff. And then we're on our way, man. I will say, dudes, I knew this was going to be a multi-month project, but yeah, I underestimated just a little bit how long this stuff takes. Yeah, I caught at least one of the heads. Okay. Does the nozzle need cleaning? Yeah. But now I remember you left some metal to locate with. Should be easy peasy. Tack in place, then measure to be sure you like it. Yeah, I'm really just, yeah, we can measure it against the plumb mark. The marks that we made originally, dude, we'll measure it against it when we were tracking this to make sure that it's all straight. Cool. Oh, and once we got the frame rail all cleaned up, we can put the gas tank, the trunk center cross member for the gas tank back in too. Do you have welding pliers? I've been cleaning the dang thing, dude, as we go. I'm just kind of unscrewing it and tapping it up against this. A lot of crap has come out, but whatever. Just gonna get the tools up off the ground. All right, guys. Actually, no, you know, you can keep going. We got a little bit of time. Oh, that's the other thing I want to do. We'll get in there with the stainless steel, thing, this freaking thing, and we'll zap off the other frame rail once we're done. And then, yeah, we still need to do the tabs over here on this side. Yep. 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 I'm learning a lot about this stuff, dudes. It's, yeah. I'm learning, yeah, you just gotta kind of go slow and take your time. I mean, it's not anything that anybody didn't tell me. It's, you know, there's getting told that, and then there's actually, shut up, bird. Jesus. You got something to say? Huh, bird? Yeah? I don't hear you laugh. God damn, that thing is loud. $180, will you buy a spot welder from Amazon? You gonna let him talk to you like that? No. Nah, it's good. He flew away. I went out there, I'm like, hey bird, so you can fly. What's that like? Say hello to your mother for me, okay? Oh, we gotta take progress pictures. Forgot about that. There we go. And then I'm trying to take pictures from the same angle. I took one from right here. There we go. One grackle, not doing the pre-show meeting. What? What pre-show meeting? What are you talking about? I mean, the spot welder would be cool to have, especially if we're going to do this more, but I'll just plug weld everything for now. For flame trench. Would have been nice if somebody told me there was a pre-show meeting. Member stream before the member stream. That doesn't start until 4:30 unless somebody who's producing that's new to it doesn't know what it started it early. But anyway, I mean, I guess they started it early. Okay, well, that's going to do it for part, what are we on, part 22? And it's 4:27. So I'm not, you know, I know I'm not the best at math, but last time I checked, that's not 4:30. You know, one of them has a 3 and a 0 in it, and the other one has a 2 and a 7 in it. I'm pretty sure those numbers aren't the same. Unless we just changed our number system or something. Man, this old frame rail was pretty bad. All right, I'm gonna go take a shower. We'll get ready for flame trench here. Should be good. Take a shower, I'm gonna clean up everything here. Fun day today, guys. I'm really, really happy we made that breakthrough. That was pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. I'm really happy with that. Yeah, it clicked in my head. Pretty damn happy. All right, that's gonna do it for this one, guys. Stand by for the flame trench. I will be probably gonna get about a 30-second or 30-minute loss of signal. It'll just be on the flame trench pre-show, the countdown timer with music. You're a welder now, not just not a grinder. It's true. Yeah, I will see you guys for flame trench. I gotta get going. I gotta go take a shower. Stand by for loss of signal from the shop, as expected. And thank you very much for watching. On the YouTube side of things, guys, there's gonna be a loss of signal. I don't double stream flame trench, so head over to the NASA Spaceflight channel and check flame trench stream. That's where I'm going. That's where you should go too. It's gonna be a fun one. All right, I'll see you in a little bit.